or laying down. As I will play these sound, you can just let go of your body weight and really letting each part of our body resting on the other if you're sitting straight, and listen to the sound and trying to be here at the very moment with each and every sound. And as I play, I want you to really, really relax and let go. Thank you. I hope you're doing well wherever you are. And you will enjoy this sound healing wherever you are, knowing that this will pass. And you love yourself, and you are being kind and compassionate to yourself. Do not forget that.
We'll come to this one after for the healing after this abuse of words.
All right, good evening. Hope you're all well. I am just going to play one more track quick and I'll get on with the show. Links in the description. There's many around, any topic. There's something I wanted to play. There we go. Hope you're all well. Hang on. Hello?
Yo, it's me.
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me? It's only me.
Who's that?
J.O. J.O. Acop, a couple of books.
Oh, all right, mate. I didn't recognise you. You've got a different name.
Yeah, do you know what? It says Acop Junior, doesn't it? Sorry about that. Yeah, that
You're okay. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. I heard you say any topic, so I was wondering if we could have a chat about Charlie Downs.
Of course you can, yeah. Hi, Helen. Yeah.
And I just want to say, you sound very not combative or you're not being rude or anything, so I'm happy to keep it a nice, chill, just a conversation. I
I'm fed up messing about Robert. I think it's conversation. I just find everything depressing at the moment. So.
Yeah, do you know what? I can hear that, mate. Yeah, and I have at some point someone said to me, you did struggle sometimes with, maybe not pressure, but I don't want to go too much into it. But my point is, I'll be as polite as I can be. I was wondering though, if you had a chance to maybe look at that article or anything, or
the Charlie Downs, right? Yeah, I was trying to find the video of the recording where they said it was on a documentary, and I think it was on a Channel 4 documentary about 6 years ago. There was a recording in the shops. They said they chopped her up and used her as kebab meat.
Yeah, so that isn't true though. Also, I will say though, you didn't just invent that completely on your own. The whole kebab meat thing, it was a conspiracy that was brought up, and the courts did hear it. And those men were, you might not be aware of this, but those men were not only released, but they actually fought against the system and got compensation because it wasn't just untrue; it was wildly, horrifically untrue.
But it come out the recent people come out their own words.
Yeah, that isn't true. They've never said that they've chopped anyone up and put
it was on the tape. It was on the tape, JJ. They said it on the tape.
Yeah.
They mugged their shot.
I think that might be AI or something. Not only did they not do that, but also they actually got compensation because people that tried to accuse them of that were essentially ruining their lives. So they actually not just proven that it was wrong, but it was also they were given compensation because they were wrong. Do you accept that?
Hello, Rick. No, I don't accept it because the way they cover up things of the trials.
Okay, would you like me to show you them? I can show you that they were actually given compensation after they fought back against.
Yeah, which is totally wrong because they definitely trafficked her and raped her.
Yeah,
they definitely done it.
You say definitely. Right? You're doing this thing again where you're saying they definitely did it. So they definitely didn't, and were proven to have not done it. And there's no evidence. There is nothing that says that they did. All you can find, it seems to be, is just random YouTube clips.
No, it was on the documentary. They're trying to get it to trial again. They actually said that girl was trafficked and prostituted by them people.
Yeah, see, this is where it gets skinny. So if I say to you, can you provide any evidence of that? And when you can't, could you then, stop using a dead little girl's memory?
I'm not using the dead little girl's memory because she was trafficked by that shop.
Again, this is really easy then. If you know that for a fact and you've got some sort of proof or evidence, and it's
No,
not
I've got proven evidence how they, over the 40 years they have covered up and
okay, so
got people off.
40
Yeah.
years of, okay, so do you have any proof that specifically Charlene Downs was chopped up into kebab meat, as you said she was?
Well, that's only what they said in the recording.
Yeah, they didn't say that. I'm saying that you didn't hear that, and possibly you may have made it up or misheard. That isn't
No,
true.
I heard it from their own. I heard it from their own voices on the tape on the documentary. Yeah.
I'm gonna make a prediction now. Even though this was publicly broadcast on a TV documentary, you're not. If I say to you, can you show me that? You're not going to be able to find it, are you?
I can't find it at the moment, but it was true. It was on a documentary. That's how we knew about it. They actually said that they laughed. They said they chopped her up, but they already commanded me.
Yeah, so could you please? There's a link backstage, or I can present it. I don't mind presenting it. Are you all right to show this so that people?
Yeah, well, no, show what you want, but that's what they said on the recording.
Yeah, but they didn't. And if you just bear with me one moment, they didn't say that. And it's otherwise that would be an admission. Do you know what I mean? So let's have a look here now. So it says at the top here, the truth behind the disappearance of Charlene Downs. That's how far you got last time. It says that she was reduced to this salacious, shocking story. So you understand that this is quite well reported, mainstream media and everything else. This is just a salacious story. Even the video that you played last time said there's no evidence of this. There's no court cases. There's nothing to say that they did it. But here are the rumours. And then you kind of offer that like it was proof. But there was there's another podcast and stuff. This is written by what's her name? Let's have a look here now. It's this lady here, Nicola Thorpe. So it's going through the evidence and the elements and stuff. Let's have a look. So yeah, obviously it was alleged in the trial. That's what I said before. It was alleged, but then found out it was just a salacious, shocking story. People poke about the kebab girl. Yeah, it's not real. Charlene has been reduced to such a lurid tale, a piece of meat, literally. It's not real. I don't know what else to say. It's quite widely reported.
That's what they said. That's what they said. This on the recording. And how comes the shop got closed down then? Why did the shop get closed down? And why did they get convicted? It's the same as the rest of the group.
Really simple. So they weren't closed down, and also they weren't convicted. So what happened?
Yeah, they're guilty.
Hear me out. So what we do know is based on when you look at any available evidence, there is nothing that suggests that. Now I'm going to try and pin you down on this. You're saying that you heard these men actually physically yourself heard them admit it, but I'm providing new supporting proof that this is.
I can't find the recording. I told you I can't find the recording. Everybody's heard it. They bugged their shop and they said it on the recording, and that's why they got called in the first place.
Right. So again, can you find that? Do you know what documentary was on?
I can't remember. It was about 5 or 6 years ago. It was a documentary. I'm sure it was on Channel 4. It was on Channel 4.
What we can say, on any shadow of a doubt. So let's have a look here now. Let's have a look at the news section, please. So still missing, all that stuff going on. There's nothing here saying that. Yeah, I'm not seeing it.
It was JP. That was it. Panorama of Channel 5 did one on it, and it had that recording on there. I can't find the recording.
You like to get that over?
I'll be trying to get it. Let me have another look if I can. I've seen it so many times, Jay. And secondly, that other article you said I was lying. Well, I put up and showed the proof I wasn't lying about that woman.
Yeah, what you did there is I don't know if it's a lot better.
Let me turn down my volume. Sometimes it happens. Yeah.
All right. So what I was saying was, and back to the girl. My main point was that there was a lot of missing context. She wasn't euthanized because she was gang raped, was she?
No, she was raped. The defence said she was raped. Gang raped. You made that said it was immigrants. You made that
it's a process called Gish. A person says something and then someone else throws lots of other stuff. So let's stick with the main thing. So it said in your post that she was euthanized as a direct result of that rape, wasn't it? And so that isn't true. They don't do that for health reasons. She was actually a paralysed woman, wasn't she? And that's the context you were missing out. And the other, you know what I mean? Like the trouble is when you do this thing. I'm not saying that you're. I think you are. I'm going to be honest. I do think you do it a little bit intentionally. But some small part of me must believe that some of what you're saying is true, right? So it says, like with this one, for example, it's the best example and stuff right in front of us. Let's come over here now. Let's check this out. So this is Charlene Downs. There is no evidence that Charlene Downs was turned into Batman. This originated from a joke made by a suspect in the case, which later presented as prosecution's essential theory. It was not proven, and later the police later confirmed this. Right, so it was then confirmed that wasn't proven.
So you did say something about
No, nobody is denying that. I'm just saying that I've not heard of these.
Well, you just said there stuff with no evidence of that. Then saying it.
So what I'm saying is there is no evidence that Charlene Downs was turned into about me at all, right? And I will concede that. I was like, I don't actually think that they even said that because, it's really difficult to believe a lot of the things you say because it misses a lot of context. Like, for example, there was jokes that were being passed around that were not proven, and the police confirmed it later. So now do you accept that they didn't do it? The police are saying that they didn't do it. The courts.
No, I accept it.
Let me finish my sentence. I'm sorry, just let me finish my sentence. So not only was she not turned into, not only did the police prove that it wasn't true, they confirmed it and said, no, this is not true. Then the courts said this isn't true. And then the two blokes actually sued the courts and won because it wasn't true. Can you read out this first line here?
Hang on, I'm trying to find that recording here. Wait,
I'll read it out, so no, there is no evidence that Charlene Downs was turned into kebab meat. And so what we're doing really is because there's no evidence of it, there's no evidence to say that it happened, apart from a joke. And I'm happy to sit and listen to that joke. I mean, yeah, sure, people say the nastiest, wrongest stuff all the time, but the police, the courts, everybody, the media, everybody else are all unified on this one thing, that there is no evidence to say that happened. So when you say categorically that it did, not that, oh, this is a theory that's been put out there, not that I've heard this and who knows if it's true, make your own mind up. What you're actually doing is you're using the death of a child to push.
Well, no, no, I'm not. See, that's where you're wrong. The state said something.
But you didn't say that, did you? You said that they actually turned it into kebab meat. And do you agree that that isn't true?
And that's what they did. That's what they admitted. They got away with.
No. What they did was they made a joke that was then taken to court, presented to them, that was then analysed. They then went through all the evidence and everything else, and then
Yeah, well, I don't trust the courts.
right. So it's one thing saying that you don't trust the courts, but do you accept that there is no evidence that she was turned into kebab meat, aside from the joke that was made, which isn't admissible as evidence because it's not evidence of anything?
What is if they're admitting to something?
Well, they didn't admit to it, did they? They made a joke. That was the point.
Yeah, when they had her in the island,
They didn't.
they were in the facility in the shop where that girl was getting groomed and raped.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So can we stick with the original thing? Do you accept that apart from that joke that was then later to be proven not true at all, with no evidence to back it up, nothing else, and they even sued and won? So do you accept that that happened at all?
I accept something she was great by him, yes. I accept she was great by him and they're covering it up, yes.
Okay. Now. So what I will say is, do you have any evidence that she was raped by them and that it's a cover up?
And by the way, they did get found not guilty. The trial got collapsed.
No, that's just something that JB said. So they actually sued the courts and won.
Which they shouldn't have won, because they definitely raped her and killed her. They definitely
And
did.
you're okay, and you're saying that off of what evidence outside of the joke that you heard?
So the simple fact is, she was in that shop all the time, and she was there all the time, and she went there all the time.
We can clarify now. You're saying that she was definitely great because she was in that shop more than once, you know. So she was definitely
You can only hear by their interviews when they've been interviewed, when they said they didn't care what's happened to her, what's wrong with her. So no, as far as I'm concerned, there's something to do with it. Yeah, sorry.
Right.
So.
Okay. So, but we agree that's as far as you're concerned. You
And
accept that there is no
how
evidence.
dare you come on here and say to me, I would use a dead girl thing for a narrative? No.
That's what you're doing now, though. Okay, then can you do me a favor?
No, not at all. I'm not.
Alright,
It's disgusting because you're right. This girl has been murdered. So where is she?
Triggered now. Okay, so let's.
I'm not getting triggered. Where is she? Where is she? She was seen with Ben Love.
I'm trying to answer you, but you won't stop talking. So she is presumed murdered. Nobody's denying that. The police have said that it's most likely that she is murdered. Now, can you do me a favor? Can you read the first line that I'm showing you there?
No, there is no evidence that Charlie Downs was turned into kebab meat.
That's what do you think about that?
Right. Shall I tell you what, right? Considering how all the other cases have gone, where parents have been arrested trying to get their daughters back, don't you think, and we all know the police have been corrupt over these cases, don't you think there's something not quite right going on?
If you're asking me, do I trust the police? I honestly don't. No, I don't trust police. If they're gonna fuck anything up, if anyone's gonna fuck anything up, it's the police. They fuck things up. No one's denying that whatsoever. What I am saying is that during the police investigation, it was brought in, right, and then it made it through to the court phase and stuff, and then the police confirmed that it didn't happen, and there was no evidence to suggest that it did at all. It was just a poor taste joke. Absolutely disgusting. What a horrible group of people for saying that. Terrible things. Awful. Anyway. Then it went through the court process where they also found that there was no evidence of any kind, you know, to be able to say that had happened. It was just a salacious rumor. Then there was a third thing that happened, another court case with a different person, right? So these two guys then went and sued them, and a judge of the land in the UK said, yeah, that's right. You're absolutely right. That's wrong. There's no reason for them to say that.
Have you looked at all the transcripts of all the other cases? It's the same old thing, the same old cover up, JJ. I'm sorry. You're not going to budge me on it. They fucking done it. I know they did.
All right. Can you read this headline?
The truth behind the disappearance of Charlene Downs, she was reduced to this sexually shocking story.
Salacious, shocking story. Right. Do you understand what that's trying to say? Do you know what that means?
I think you're trying to turn it round there. Have you seen what's happened to the? Have you heard about what's happened to the other girls when they've got justice?
Let's stick to the actual.
Well, no, because it's got to be the part of it. This is why they've got off, because they're Muslim and they've got away with it. That's what it is. It's because they're Muslim, they got away with it. Like all the other perpetrators.
So can you answer the question I asked though? So do you understand what that headline means?
To say the short, shocking details of the story, yeah. But does that mean anything else? Yeah.
So what they're saying is this is a particular article. It's 4 months, more than 4 months old. It says so. It's just over 4 months old, right? So in the last 5 months, this article was written, and this article details the disgusting, shocking nature of people using this deceased child as literally a piece of meat and saying, reducing her down, objectifying her to just the events that surrounded her death and not her life. So what it's saying is she was reduced to this salacious, shocking story. They're saying, in no uncertain terms, that story isn't real, and there is no evidence for it, right? So, yes, do we know what happened to Charlene Downs? No. Is it a big open case? Yes, it's still an unsolved. I don't know if you call it a cold case in this country or watch too much TV, but it's an open case. If you had any information, you could go there and they wouldn't just turn you down. They're like, no, we want to know. It's an active thing. You might not be actively investigating.
So, okay, let me put you something to this, right? So the latest findings of the they tried to open an inquiry up, and the government won't let it. Won't do it, and now they said they've lost all the details of the inquiry. That's a bit of a coincidence, isn't it? Yeah.
Again, I'm not saying that isn't true, but I'd like to see the full context. Could you try and bring that up? Or is that like the documentary that you might?
They said it was in the news today. They have lost
I'm not
inquiry of papers.
I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just asking if you can show it. That's all. I just want to see the context. I'm not saying.
Well, no, I just heard it on the news today.
Okay, which news? Is there anything that I can do to look at it? Anything I can see for myself?
GB News. GB News.
It was on GB News, the entertainment license. Yeah.
Yes. They've lost the main. They're making it now. They've lost the main part of the inquiry. Yeah.
They're reopening. Let me just have I'll have a quick Google. If you can't find it, I'll have a look for myself. That wasn't being mean either. So I just want to say, so the case of Charlene Downs, who disappeared from Blackpool in November 2003, age 14, is not officially closed and remains active. It's a long-running murder investigation.
I'm not on about the Charlene Downs. I'm on about the inquiry they're trying to open up now, which the government refused. Yes.
So where? Right, okay, that's why I got confused. You see, because we were talking about Charlene Downs.
So this is why. Can you see why? I reckon this is a cover-up with Charlene Downs because of all the other cases.
I understand that with so much information out there and without fully understanding or looking into the context, that you could draw lots of different conclusions. I absolutely understand that happens with you. I'm not saying that it doesn't. Nobody's denying that. You draw your own conclusions from information. I mean, it's weird. We can look at the same headline and yet we're arriving at very different outcomes. I get it. We're all individuals. So, yeah, sure. I can see why you find your conclusions. But what I'm trying to say is, and I want to stick to this particular case if I can, because
what we're actually doing is we're talking about a child that's very likely dead, right? So, I mean, it 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 does it means something, you know. Like, this isn't just like a throwaway thing or a throwaway comment. If you're in the one hand gonna say that this definitely happened and it absolutely happened, I mean, wouldn't it be worth at least to explore the other side of it, where everybody, all the mainstream, all the everybody that's creditable,
No,
everybody that
no. Shall I tell you why?
I didn't
Shall I
finish.
tell you why? Shall I
No,
tell
no,
you why?
no, not yet. Because I
Over
didn't finish.
40 years, over 40 years of cover-ups, and the
You're
newspapers have
now
got it all
right,
up.
Rick. You're doing that thing where you didn't like what I was going to say, so you talked over it. So
Oh, I'm answering you. I'm answering you.
Okay.
No, I'm not. I'm
No,
not.
you're not.
No.
What was my question then, Rick? Can you repeat my question?
My question: can you look at a different aspect on a different angle? And I said no, because there's been so much cover-ups with all the other cases.
Right. Okay. So what I'm going to say is when you look at all this other stuff, right? Are you saying now that the courts, not just one court, but two different courts, because obviously they sued back, and then that comes from a different court altogether. So there was two different courts. There was the police. There was all that stuff. Are you saying that them, together with the government, are in a conspiracy, and you're right, and you can see it, but they're wrong, and they're hiding it, right?
Yeah, they are hiding. Definitely
right,
hiding.
But you, Rick, you can see through it, right? You know better than everybody. You know this for certain. You know it, right?
Yeah, because of all the other cases.
Oh, fantastic! Yeah. So you, who knows this for a fact, you'll be able to bring up some evidence that she was turned into kebab meat, right? Because you said it definitely happened.
No, I'm saying she was raped and murdered by them. I'm not going to say the only reason I found out about the kebab meat because they said it themselves on a recording.
Okay, so again, you're also ignoring the whole bit that gets to that point. So yes, there was a recording, and yes, some horrible jokes were heard, and it was questioned, and then once they questioned it, examined it through the honest light of day, there was no evidence to suggest that they did anything. Not only that, but the police said there wasn't anything, and then the court said that there isn't anything, and then they sued and won because there wasn't anything. And you're going to
pretend it's a fucking cover up. It's a cover up, JJ. It's a cover up.
What? All right, a new line then, a new way of thinking it. What evidence do you require to say that they didn't do it? Is there anything I could show you here and now that you would go, do you know what? You're right, they didn't do it. Anything?
No, because I don't trust the government and the authorities.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's what I thought. So now we're in a position where you're saying that I won't listen to anything. I won't listen to any of this evidence. I won't listen to a single thing. Allow me to finish my sentence. So what I was going to say is that you won't allow anybody to tell you anything that you don't think and feel to be true. Do you not?
No, because there's too many girls have been raped by that community and been covered up, and it's all known. They've got the influence with the government, and they're fucking pussies and won't fucking. So they don't want to cause race tensions.
So it's because they're brown, isn't it? That's why you're determined.
It's not because they're brown. It's because they got the influence, and too many cases have happened.
What's influence? I don't know what that means.
They've paid off. It's been proven that they've paid off.
Proven. You said proven. Show us the proof.
There was proof. Right. Okay. Let's have a look at something. You have to look up. I'll give you the Tommy Robinson's documentary where he approached the policeman, where he was seen taking money off one of the perpetrators, and they were got away with it. The Telford one. Now they haven't because of his work.
I thought Charlene Downs was in Blackpool.
I'm on about what's the leading cases going up, other cases. Can't you see where I'm coming from?
No, because we're talking about one case and then you keep jumping to
because it's all in part of all of the big bubble of it, isn't it? It's all a part of it.
So
So what you're saying is someone handed a policeman money, a brown dude handed a policeman money in where was it? Did you say Telford?
Telford.
And that means that this girl in Blackpool was eaten and put into kebab meat in 2003. That's quite interesting.
Too many girls are being raped by that community, and the other thing is, with that community, when they come out of prison, that their families let them back into their family lives. I mean, one case I got, I want to get something up here, right? And this is the mentality of their families, right?
Okay, again, just to
All
clarify,
right.
this isn't anything.
Hang on, I want to play the mentality of this, and this is what's really annoying me, right?
Just before you do, though, can I ask you a quick question? My question is this: we've had a fairly reasonable chat. We've not been horrible to each other or anything. Is there any way at all that if you leave this live up so that I can review it tomorrow, would that be possible?
Unless you don't twist it and fucking fabricate anything I say, yeah.
I promise you right now, I will not fabricate anything. I promise you. I will just play what we've talked about. And that's it. That's pretty much it. On that note, I do appreciate you for having me up. Thank you for having that conversation. I know things are a bit frosty between us. We have vastly different ideas about a lot of things, and it causes a lot of conflict.
Well, you making that I'm a racist, where I'm definitely not a racist. I'm about young children.
I could sit here and here's the thing though. If I say to you, what proof would you like to see that is truth? You'll say, I don't want any proof and I know I'm right. And that's not a conversation, is it? Do you know what I mean? That's why it gets difficult this is why it's hard for you to accept a lot of things about yourself. So like, if someone says, oh, that's a bit racist or that's a bit thingy, you'll immediately say no. And if they try to show you, you say, I don't want to.
As you supported a march over the weekend, who with some of them in that march was racist to a Jewish man who wanted to go to join your thing against racism, and all the people on them thing were calling him baby killer, blah blah blah. Somebody gave me the name of the guy who approached them.
I'll be honest, this is the first I've heard of it. I did see a lot of Jewish people, including Orthodox Jewish people there as well. I've got no idea. To be honest, I don't actually know what it is that you're on about. And we're bouncing out.
It wasn't against racism. It was ended up for terrorism for the Muslim terrorists. That's what it was. It was a cover up.
Right.
So it was anti-racism.
On that note, Rick, I will bid you a good night. We've had a good chat. I'll give you a good overview tomorrow. Feel free to pop by, and if you want to jump on the panel, then you're more than welcome. I'll leave you to it.
Okay.
Catch you later. Thank you for having me.
Bye. God damn it. So here we go. Right, I'm gonna get a few things up, right? And do you know what I'm gonna do? As he came on as a thing at the moment, I want to show a few things. Gonna get a few things together tomorrow, and I'm gonna invite him back on because this was just a off the cuff where I haven't got all the evidence. Okay, I'm all together and I will present them. Now, I was quite good tonight because I get emotional over this thing, right? I get emotional, right? I stay awake at night, knowing so many girls have been groomed by that community, and he brings fucking race into it. Okay, look how many women and children are getting raped on the street every day by non-vetted immigrants. We're not saying in our community they don't do it. I put it up there. This Charlene Downs thing, and the other one, that one in Barrow's been sent down, that woman. I don't care. She was groomed. So, I've got to play something here, because I haven't got all the evidence. I have to bring everything up, what I've been driving at, okay? no one can't tell me to change my mind on these things. And so I'm gonna play this, and what I'm gonna do is end my stream in a little while again, and I'm gonna get all the evidence up for tomorrow. Let's just play this quickly, and I will do this. Okay.
Almost a decade, rumours swirled about children being raped and brutally assaulted in a small town in northwest England.
Every time we went up, it always led to something sexual, anything from kissing right through to, sleeping with the person.
She was handed over to his supposed nephew simply as a birthday present.
Scores of children were being groomed by predominantly British Pakistani men.
They targeted teenagers on the streets of Rochdale. All 5 were white and from troubled backgrounds.
Rochdale preceded Jimmy Savile, Max Clifford, Rolf Harris, all of that. Everything that we now know of and think of in terms of child sexual abuse followed Rochdale.
We discover how it was possible for so many young girls to fall prey to these perpetrators.
And so Oxford is saying progressive or left-wing attitudes or practices, especially those opposing social injustice or discrimination, that are viewed as doctrine, self-righteous, pernicious, or insincere. Hence, such attitudes or practices seen as constituting collective social movement or agenda.
It's like an insult.
Bollocks.
It's like an insult directed at people that become more aware.
Yeah, that's a fair point, actually, Maurice. It's a massive, man. It's like like I said, it's an advocate. Anyway, go on. Anyway,
yeah, it's like stay ignorant, and it's like they want you to stay ignorant. So I mean, there's woke and there's wokerism and whatever else, but ultimately it comes down to common sense. And if they can put sort of like some sort of like right-wing slur onto any group, they usually do. But I've just listened in a little bit, and are we talking about reparations? Hello?
Nah, not at all. I mean, no one was actually really talking about that. We were talking about the Reform Party, man. But yeah, I don't know. Somehow we got onto all of that type of. But yeah, we weren't speaking about that though.
Right, because I mean, the thing is, the simple way of looking at it is any money that is put onto companies that should be paying reparations is just going to be passed on to the people that are buying the product. So the poor people in this country will pay the reparations of the rich companies that robbed countries in the past. So the rich people will get away without paying shit. The real way to do it, as far as I'm thinking, is that basically we need to cancel third world debt, because all the countries that are indebted to first world countries, they're paying interests that they can never get out of. So the way to do it would be literally to cancel their debt, and that wouldn't be paid for by the peasants today, us guys. That would have to come out of the mass profits that are just sitting in Swiss bank accounts and Cayman Islands and whatever else of these massive companies that have actually earned the money. Because the little people ain't earning the money, the little people are peasants. So cancelling third world debt is going to be the way forward, I think, because that would literally make the people that that earned the money pay the money back. The really strange thing is that the BRICS nations, I know I keep going on about it, but the BRICS nations that are running, a different currency to the US dollar, most of the African countries are predicted to join the BRICS nations. Now, if they join the BRICS nations and their currency changes, I don't think there's going to be a lot of headway with, the US dollar companies and whatever else, the first world countries, claiming back the debts that have been accrued over decades and probably over a century from the third world countries. So it might be a way of the third world countries actually getting out of the debt they're in because they changed the currency and go to the BRICS.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a fair point that you make regarding the leaving the debt and that, but they would never do that still, man. You know what I mean? Unfortunately. What I was going to ask you though, then, Maurice, is who paid for the Jays? Who paid for their reparation? Because they received reparation. So who do they get the money from?
From the who, mate?
The Jays, the Jewish people. Who do they get reparation from? And the Japanese as well.
So the thing is, I mean, the Japanese got let off of a lot because of the technological and biological stuff that they've done. I recently read a book, and if you want to read horror stories, have a look at Unit 731. And Unit 731 was basically, all of the worst stuff that's ever happened in human history in biological form. And it was a bit like, I think, the Nazis that done all the experiments in World War II. I think it was called Operation Paperclip. The States took all of the German scientists and took them into America and said, right, you work for us now. I think it was called Operation Paperclip. Well, I did the same with the Japanese for Unit 731. And that was debt enough for all them. They, they've kept America as the number one powerhouse since, for almost 100 years. So, but
as well as that though, because I hear all of that in terms of paperclip, and that's where a lot of other things came from with that. Yeah, so I do hear that. But I'm saying, didn't they actually get financial reparation?
Well, the thing is, I mean, rumour has it, and
in particular here.
Yeah, I think the way that everyone looks at it is the central banks paid for the war on both sides, so that it was a two-horse race. And basically, that they knew that they would be leaned on to provide financial backing for all of the rebuilding after the wars. So it didn't really matter to them. I mean, it's a bit like the health emergency we've just had. Everyone was. So
you're saying that the money came from the central banks? Is that what you're saying?
Well, obviously, yeah.
Okay. So why could it not?
Representation of people's energy.
Yeah. Okay. So why could it not be the same in this regard then, where the money comes from, where all the varying companies that benefited? Just
because the thing is, I mean, you've got I think it's like $300 trillion of debt in the world right now, but there's only about 7 or 8 trillion actually in circulation. And the more debt that they make, the more out of reach repayment.
I think we're talking about two different things, Chrissy. Yeah, because you were talking about in terms of getting rid of the third world debt, yeah?
Yeah.
Like cut, right? And I'm saying I don't think they would do that, whatever, but cool. But then I asked, well, how did the other people get their money? Yeah. And you said
well, yeah. I mean, the thing is, if you have a look at my community page, I've only put it up the other day. I've known it for a while, but if you have a look at, what began Israel, yeah, Israel was basically started by the Balfour Declaration, yeah, and the Balfour Declaration was sent to Lord Rothschild, yeah. Now, you won't find this on Google, but there are a few trillionaires in this world, trillionaires, not billionaires, trillionaires. Google won't tell you it, and Rothschilds are one of them. They literally install presidents, prime ministers. They are the most powerful people in the world, and they are the people that run the finance. Now, all of the world's finance isn't based solely on assets and resources. It's also based on zeros on a computer screen, paper money and coins and whatever else. And the thing is, if you're this is why the US have always been so powerful. Yeah, if they need to buy someone off, they run the world currency because the world currency is the US dollar. So it's like, okay, we tell people how many dollars there are in this world. Yeah, and so literally they can print their own money. And obviously, with certain people having certain religious beliefs, that's how perhaps the Jewish community have become so successful. And you can't blame one community of people wanting to be successful, because ultimately I think everyone wants to be successful. Some people have got a more of a sort of compassionate edge to it, and they realise that the more successful one group become, the more impoverished another group will become. But the Jewish people, they are overrepresented in quite a lot of the big industries. Now they're probably more competent in those industries, and that's how they've got overrepresented in them. But ultimately, they've looked after their own community first, which is usually what most people would do anyway. Sadly, the more you look after your community, the less the other communities will flourish. Got me? You there, mate?
Yeah, I hear you, man. I think we've strayed away from the original point still, but I hear you, Bob. I hear you, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to talk about it without people screaming conspiracy theorist at you and trying to report you and all sorts of stuff like that. But it's quite simple. It's they've got themselves into a really good spot because they're sitting right in the middle of where all the oil's coming from, and that is going to be the USA's Achilles heel, because the Yanks are so reliant. They've got such a big country with so many cars, they are literally reliant on oil. So they've always needed to have a powerhouse in the Middle East, yeah, and that is Israel. So they're always going to have that friend, because Israel have got them by the balls, and Israel was started with the help of England and given over to the Jewish people. So you've got that inextricable sort of triangle thing going on there. It's a bit crazy, but ultimately the states have got to look after Israel, because Israel looks after the Middle East. The Middle East is where the the available oil comes from, and America is blackmailed by needing that oil. They can't pump enough on their own. Russia and China and other states like that are obviously somewhat hostile to them. So they've got to get their oil from the Middle East. And if Israel ain't there, what power will the states have?
All right, so you're bringing a whole new argument to the table, but yeah, I hear it still.
Yeah, it's all linked, mate. I get what you're saying. It's really without going into another subject, it's hard to sort of define what's going on with a particular subject. It's ultimately Israel is in a spot that, even though they're in a bit of hot water because they've got enemies all around them, that they're in the spot that the states need to keep the economy running, because their economy is oil based. So Israel ultimately can hold everyone to ransom. Well, America to ransom, and England to ransom, because obviously we're all in it together. And so they've got to be protected and whatever else. And
it's hold on. Obviously they were placed there strategically by the West. It's not rocket science at this point, is it?
Totally agree.
Right, so they're the only, and this is what they do, isn't it? This is the type of shit that they do, isn't it? They go to faraway places and put in faraway people and destabilize faraway lands. It's just what they do. But well, it's just, and at the end of the day, it's not their blood that's spilling in it. So they don't really care,
Exactly,
it's not their children, it's not their generations. So
it's just about to kick off with Lebanon now, isn't it? The Palestine is as good as done. Lebanon, it's all going on with Lebanon now. And the thing is, they're the two parts of the Middle East that Israel cannot nuke, because they're too close to Israel. And literally, that would be the end of that country, because they'd be nuking another country with no other small countries with no military. In this country, anyone that invades our country, we can, sensibly nuke. We can just say, hang on, your troops have arrived on our shores, we will now nuke you. That's why we're never going to get invaded. The other thing is, they've got to come through the whole of Europe before they can actually invade us. So they've got to go through all these other countries and occupy them before they get to us. And it just can't happen. Russia and China combined haven't got enough troops to go through the whole of Europe, occupy the whole of Europe, and then come for us. Geographically, we're in a really good spot. And the United Kingdom has never been occupied, and it probably won't ever be occupied in our lifetimes. So we're sitting pretty. The rest of Europe might have some trouble if they wanted to do it, but I don't think Russia's got any interest in taking other nations on. I think literally they're just saying, you're not having nuclear weapons and military bases on our doorstep, which every country would probably agree with. I mean, we wouldn't accept Russia having a nuclear or military base in Southern Ireland. No way would we allow that to happen. You know, look what happened when Russia wanted to put nukes on Cuba. Yeah, Cuban Missile Crisis. There's no way that America would allow Cuba to have nukes on it from Russia. It's just something that all these big military nations are in agreement with. You know, stay out of the neighbouring countries. So, where's everyone else going, mate? Hello?
Yeah. I was just
How you
listening to
been?
your rendition, man.
Who you voting for?
Who?
Yeah, who you voting for, mate?
There's no one worthy of my vote at the moment. Bro.
Totally agree with you. As long as you don't vote Tory, eh?
Who?
As long as you don't vote Tory,
Don't be
Conservative.
silly. Don't be
I know,
silly,
that's
man.
what I'm saying.
Just don't be silly. It will never happen, man. I mean, obviously, what would you say? Traditionally, if you want to call it that, obviously we're Labour voters traditionally. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But fuck all of them, buffs.
Labour ain't Labour anymore, mate. They're diet Tory.
Nah, exactly that, man. That's what I'm saying. At least back in the day, you knew who Labour were. You know what I mean? And you knew who Conservative were as well.
Yeah.
And you knew who Liberal were, you could say. So at least, I mean, it was quite black and white. But yeah, like I said, this Starmer geezer is just a Tony Blair part 2.
Yeah.
And I didn't like Tony Blair in the first place. So
war criminal, man. War criminal.
To be honest, the politics in the West at the moment, it's an actual mess. I mean, the politics in America, how they're getting away with that, I don't know. You got senile versus dementia, and this is like.
Did you see Biden shitting himself the other day?
No, I just know there was a thing this morning, and I just know that Biden just
Yeah, I'll put it on my Facebook wall if you can't find it. But yeah, Biden, he looks like he shit himself on stage. So the guy can't remember what he had for lunch. You couldn't trust him to take your dog for a walk. How the fuck can you put someone in such an important position? It's crazy, mate.
Well, it just really reflects the state of politics, I would suggest. You know, I mean, didn't like Thatcher and that, but bloody hell, you know what I mean?
She lit my milk.
No, like I said, she was not my favourite woman by a long shot, but she knew her ass from her elbow at the very least. You know?
Yeah,
I mean, even just going back to the politicians of even them times compared to today, it's retarded. It's very bad. You know?
Yeah.
Very bad. Very, very bad. Both in America and England. So I don't know. To be honest, and even some other countries in Europe as well. You know what I mean? Especially with the mere fact that the some right-wing parties will be able to sort of get more position. It's problematic, man. But I can understand that because the politics is rubbish, and obviously people don't think they're being represented and this and that, and that's a surefire way for low-level politics. So
changing the subject. Did you hear Banksy get destroyed on here last night?
Nah, who destroyed him?
Mate, it was it was embarrassing for him. You know, he sounded really desperate. So, you know, he was talking about the Muslim guy that got invited to Tommy's thing, and then when he turned up, they said, "No, you can't speak." Yeah, it was pretty embarrassing because when you
Mohammed Hijab or Ali Dawa, one of them.
That's it, Ali Dawa. I can't think of his name. But all things considered, Tommy basically said to him, "Come and speak." You know, free speech and all that. What he's always going on about, he doesn't get. So he put him on the fucking, on the speech list, and then apparently he invited him. But the thing is, once you've invited someone, if you then uninvite them and they don't turn up, you can just say, "Oh, well, no, he bottled it." That's what Tommy's little fucking idiot lot would have done. They would have just said, "Oh, no, look, his name was down. We said he could come, and he didn't show up." You know, they bottled it and stuff like that. Oh, mate. But yeah.
Well, that happened a few years ago.
What are you talking about? It happens all the time. It's part of politics. So the thing is, right, Banksy doesn't even realise that he's an extremist.
That happened a few years ago.
That was years ago. And you're talking
when was it?
Years ago.
Yeah, when? Do we know when?
About 2018.
Got ya. So yeah, that's when I thought. But yeah, it's funny though, wasn't it? Ultimately, Banksy doesn't realise that he's an extremist.
Oh,
what?
Banksy doesn't realise that he's an extremist. The stuff he was coming out last night, saying, for instance, Islamists should all be deported. And it's like, hang on a minute, does that mean we're going to deport British people? Where are we going to deport them to?
Did you ask him does that mean he's going to deport his mum and uncle?
I couldn't get on the show in time, so I was doing catch up. You know,
don't worry about Banksy. He's just another lost.
No, I'm not worried about it. It's just funny listening to Velly tear him a new arsehole.
He's another token one, man. All these tokens that come here, you know what I mean? And then don't want their kind to stick. You know what I mean? They're just dickheads, man. Don't worry about them, man.
Yeah. I mean, all these extremists that don't realise they're extremists.
Yeah, I would agree still. It is a type of extremism.
How can you class Banksy as an extremist?
When he says he's going to deport all Islamists from England when they're probably English. When you make extreme statements.
So you believe all? So first of all, what do you believe an Islamist is? A lot of people use that. Did he mean a radical Islamist or just somebody?
Well, someone radical enough that they need deporting, removing from this country.
Right. So he said radical Islamists. What's wrong with
No, he said Islamist. He didn't say radical. He said Islamist.
Did he mean radical though?
I don't know. You'd have to ask him. I'm going on what he said, and he said, "Remove all the Islamists, deport all the Islamists." Well, the thing is, there are Islamists in this country that are born here that you can't deport. That is an extremist view. Let's get rid of people that are our people born here. Because I don't agree with them. That's an extremist view. For instance, Jukes, another extremist view is to shoot the small boats that are coming over. That's something you said.
Yeah, I would agree with shooting the dinghies, yeah.
Yeah, that's an extremist view. You're an extremist, mate.
Shoot the dinghies, shoot the dinghies.
Yeah, you're an extremist.
Yeah, okay, whatever.
What? So you think it's okay to shoot people in small boats that are trying to get help?
Yeah.
Legally trying to get help, yeah?
String them all up.
Including your husband? I mean, he's an immigrant.
He's not an extremist. He's not a
No,
radical.
but he's an immigrant. He's an immigrant. Well, no, he is an extremist. He's sad because he shares your views. You've just said it. He does. No one's sticking up for each
String
other.
them all up. You're such an idiot. You don't
I'm an idiot.
even
You want to kill people.
understand.
You want to kill people.
No, I don't.
Yeah,
You
you
don't
do.
even
So shoot the
understand.
boats.
You
Shooting the
don't
boats
even
will
understand
almost certainly end up in people
hyperbolics or
dying.
sarcasm. You sit
That was
here
sarcasm.
and
You
you
said
make
it seriously.
judgments.
You said Australia had done it. We should do it.
the
Australia had done it.
I said that, yes. I said we should do what Australia done. And that
Right,
is
shoot the boats,
tell
yeah.
them that if their boats are coming in, that they're going to shoot
Right,
their boats.
you
Yes,
just
not
said
the
it a few
people.
times.
Not the people.
You agree
Not
with
the
refugee
people.
boats being shot in the channel. That would almost certainly lead to deaths of people seeking refuge. That's an extremist view.
It would almost certainly lead to people not getting in the boats.
It would almost certainly lead to people getting killed.
People are getting killed now. What's the difference?
But more people would get. If you shoot boats, you're going to kill people. What is wrong with you?
So what is wrong with
Where
you?
is your
You actually think it's all right for these people to get in the boats, and then when there's an accident happens, an Iraqi fucking rapes a 16-year-old. Because that's what's happening now. So we haven't. Well,
I
obviously,
didn't
you
say
think,
any of that, did I?
You think the status
I
quo
didn't
as it
say.
is.
No, I
but
don't think
but
that.
I'm doing to you what you're doing to me. I'm doing to you what you're doing to me. I'm doing to you what you're doing to me.
No, you're not. You're
Yes,
literally putting
yes, I
words
am. You
into
think
my
the
mouth.
present, you
I
think
am
the present
reminding you
situation
of
is a
what
good one.
what you said,
You
and you
think the
confirmed it.
present situation is a good one.
No, I don't. No, I don't. When did I say that?
Right, so what's your answer then?
We open a legal route for refugees.
We've got a legal route.
No, we haven't.
Yeah, we have.
No, we haven't.
Yeah, we have. They don't use
No, we
it.
haven't.
They're
Not
criminal.
for all of them. Not
Yeah,
for
we
all
have.
refugees. We haven't.
Yes, we have.
No, we have. Okay. How does a refugee that's sitting in Calais, fucking shantytown, get to England with a legal route? How? They can't.
What do you mean? Yes, they can. They
they
travel.
can't.
They buy themselves a ticket. They get on a plane.
No,
and
they
they
won't
declare
be
it at
allowed
the fucking
to.
door.
They won't be allowed to enter.
Why won't they be allowed?
Because they might not have documents, for instance.
Okay.
They might have to
So if they
apply
haven't
for a
got
visa.
documents,
They might have to apply for a visa that
right,
they
so
will not
they've
be
got to
allowed.
apply for a visa. What's wrong with applying for a visa?
They won't be allowed to have the visa.
Why not?
Well, for instance, if you're Tommy Robinson and you go to America and you've got a criminal record,
Right, so
it'd be
if
all
they've
right for
got,
Tommy to do it, wouldn't it?
okay,
It would
so
be
if
all
they've
right
got
for
a
Tommy to
criminal
do it, wouldn't
record,
it?
so if
It
they've
would
got
be all
criminal,
right for
so
Tommy
you
to
want
do
to
it,
bring in
wouldn't it?
people who've got criminal records.
It would be all right for Tommy to do it, though, wouldn't it?
So you want to bring in people that have got criminal records.
No.
You just said you did.
No, I didn't.
You just said you're caping for the people that can't get a visa because they've got criminal records.
No, I didn't say because they won't get a visa because they're coming from countries and this government know that when they get here, they're going to claim refugee status. That's why.
Listen, this government
Tommy
do
Robinson's got a
not
criminal
care.
record, yeah?
This
Tommy Robinson's got a
government
criminal
do not
record, yeah?
care. Otherwise, they would allow these
I know
people
they
in
don't care.
at the
I
border.
know they don't care. We're in agreement. Tommy Robinson has got a criminal record and he flies all over the world, getting into countries illegally.
So
Yeah.
you agree with, you agree with that premise, though, didn't you?
No, I don't agree with Tommy Robinson.
Well, you should do. You should be opening your hands up praising him because you believe in open borders.
Listen, Tommy Robinson doesn't need to claim refugee status. He's in a first world country that isn't being bombed.
Oh.
No. So Tommy Robinson goes to America on someone else's passport. He enters America illegally.
He went in with his own passport. He went with the Irish one.
Oh, right. So, no.
It seems to me
talking
you're not
about
up to date,
Canada.
are you? You're not up to date, are you?
America. I'm talking about America. He's got a conviction for going to America on someone else's passport, hasn't he?
Yes, that was a long time ago, yes.
It doesn't matter, Jukes. He's an illegal immigrant. It's all right for him, though, isn't it?
What's wrong with being an illegal immigrant? I thought you agreed with that.
I'm cold with being well, I don't even see people as illegal immigrants. And I'm talking about refugees.
Well, you just
so
said
you
Tommy
don't understand
Robinson.
the difference between the two, do
You just said Tommy Robinson's an illegal immigrant.
Yeah,
but
yes,
now
yes.
you say,
I'm
but now you
using
say you
his
don't
own words
call,
on him.
and then in the
I'm
next
using
breath you
his
don't call
and
people
your own words
illegal
on him.
immigrants.
I'm using yours and his
No.
own words.
No, what you're
Because
doing
you
is
like to say
what
illegal
you're doing
immigrant,
is you're trying to say that you don't agree with Tommy Robinson going anywhere, but at the same time it goes
No, I
against
don't
your
agree with Tommy
premise
Robinson.
that you want
I
open
agree with Tommy
borders.
Robinson complaining about people entering countries illegally when he has entered countries illegally. It's hypocritical. Just a bit like you, Jukes.
And it's a
Because
bit
you don't like,
hypocritical.
you don't
It's a
like
bit
immigration,
hypocritical.
but you
You-
married an immigrant. You don't like
Hold on a
immigration,
minute.
but
Hold
you
on a
married
minute.
an immigrant.
Hold on a minute.
Go on.
Number one, I'm not against immigration. I'm against illegal immigration. You need to get your facts right. So no, I'm not going to be able to be pulled in as being a hypocrite. Number two,
What's a refugee?
you
What's a
believe
refugee? What is a
there should
refugee?
be open borders. You
What
believe
is
there
a
should be open
refugee?
borders.
What is a refugee? Is
Something
a refugee
genuinely
an illegal immigrant to you?
Someone genuinely seeking asylum, I've got no problem with.
All right, okay. So why are you against the small boats?
Well, because most of them are claiming
how do you
to be
fucking know that, you
refugees.
dumb fuck?
Most of them are
You
claiming
don't
to be
know shit.
refugees when they're
You
not.
don't know shit. So why is it that up to 80% of those people actually get refugee status?
Because our government will let anybody in.
Right. Oh, right. So our government get that wrong, yeah? But they also get it wrong when Tommy Robinson, for instance, goes overseas and on someone else's passport. That's okay.
That's not our government. That's not our government.
Well, no, it is because he's a British citizen. So when he comes back, should he not?
Well, other governments have got the right to do whatever they want in their own country.
Deport people, yes, because he's not their fucking citizen.
I haven't argued. He shouldn't be. Well, he hasn't.
a load of prostitutes, and you're like, oh, well, he's all right. Now, if that was anyone else, would have been the British thing to do. Your husband apparently finished it off with a shovel.
Dated.
No, I
Then why
didn't.
did Brian say you did?
Mate, you do heroin, apparently. I heard that.
Oh, you got resort to lies.
No, I'm not lying, though. I've never done any fucking cocaine with Brian Hill.
Yeah, you did. Yeah,
No,
you
I
did.
didn't. No, I
Then why
didn't.
did Brian say you did?
Mate, Hector killed your cat in his back garden with a shovel.
Did he?
Yes, apparently.
Don't be ridiculous.
Oh, it's okay for you to be ridiculous.
I'm going by what other people have stated.
And I'm going by what other people have stated. I got told by someone very close to you, that your cat turned up injured in your back garden, and rather than take it to the vets, which would have been the British thing to do, your husband apparently finished it off with a shovel.
Oh, so what you're doing is you're trying to say because he's African, he killed the cat for shovel.
No, I'm not saying because I didn't mention that he's African. I thought he was British.
You said
I thought he was British.
He is British. But you
Okay,
said
so
it would have been a very British thing to do.
It's not the British thing to do. Is take your injured pet to the vets.
Obviously, if someone's got an injured pet, they would take it to the vet.
Apparently not you and your husband. Apparently not you and your
Yeah, but
husband.
you're the one making up the story.
I've not made the story up. I've been told the story.
Oh, who told
And
you?
you haven't denied it yet. And you haven't denied it yet.
Who told you this shit story?
One of your best fucking friends.
Oh, who's that then? Name it.
Mate, I'm going to leave you to worry about who you know who.
I'm not worried about it because I know it's not true. You daft.
You know who you had that conversation with, and you're going to be thinking of that person now. But that person could have told the other person, and your little fucking gossip group, your little Women's Institute gossip group, is in tatters, isn't it?
What gossip group?
Your little Women's Institute gossip group.
I've never been in a gossip group.
You are. You're one of the fucking original gangster grannies.
Oh my God! So you think that because people called us gangster grannies, we had a little group talking to each other?
No, you did.
No, we didn't.
You would all get in your little fucking groups, and you would all chat. I mean, you do it on live stream sometimes. You
If we're talking on live stream,
you moon bags bleeding.
So if we talk on live streams, you think that's being in a little group?
Yeah, I do.
Oh my God!
And there's enough times that one of you gangster grannies would say, "Oh, don't talk about it here. We'll talk in the back." That's it. You are literally little sadistic gossip groups.
Oh, we're sadistic
But
gossip
you still
group.
haven't denied that you killed the cat with a shovel.
Well, I did. You're just fucking too thick to hear it.
Well, no, I didn't hear you say
I
it.
said I'm not bothered about your story because it's not
You're
true.
not saying it though, are you?
I just
When
told
you
you
said
I'm not
about Brian
bothered
Hill,
because it's
I
not
come back with when you said about Brian Hill, I come back with an instant denial. You
So
didn't.
what? I could care less if you go around telling people that.
Mate, I'm not going around telling anyone. I'm asking you. I'm asking you. I'm not
I
telling
just
anyone.
told you. It's not true. But if you
Oh,
want to
right,
believe
okay.
it, believe it.
Took you long enough to tell me.
Because
I
you're not
don't really care. I don't really care. It's all I'm saying is that poor
You had
cat.
a whole conversation about whether Hector's hit the cat with a shovel.
Yeah, and there are a lot of people out there that probably will think it probably did happen. I mean, he prays for generational child abuse. Yeah. He prays for generational child
Listen,
abuse.
if these people want to run around
He
thinking
prays for generational child abuse, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Come on, hitting a cat with a shovel to put it out of its misery is nothing compared to praying for generational child abuse, is it?
Okay, if you say so, you mad.
Well, no, that's what happened. Are you going to deny that?
Did you go to a tent with your 16-year-old daughter and go and fucking give paedophile
No.
in the forest?
No.
Oh, you didn't?
No.
Really?
Yes.
Your friend that went all round Thailand.
He admitted it was bullshit. Tom
He admitted it was bullshit. Yeah?
It was bullshit.
He admitted it was bullshit.
Yes.
He was a paedophile.
Yes. No, he admitted
wouldn't
that the fucking tent story was bullshit. He admitted that the tent story was bullshit, made up by Brian Hill.
You were on a live stream saying that you helped the man out.
Help what man out?
You know the fella I'm talking about.
Tell me, I don't. That's what I'm asking.
Nah.
I'm
not going to walk into your trap, mate.
Unlike you, I do a lot of things for other people. So who did I help out? If you're talking about Tom Carhill, yeah.
Oh, thank you for naming the paedophile.
What paedophile? How do you know he's a paedophile?
What do you mean? Everybody's heard the stories that
I've never called him a paedophile. I've never called him a paedophile. Because I don't know that he is one. I've heard stories.
No, you knew the man I was talking about. No, you knew the man I was talking about.
Rapists, though, don't you?
Oh, really? Like who?
Yeah, motion. You accused rape, motion of rape.
Yes, I did, and I apologise for that. Well, I didn't.
You still did it. You still did it.
I hate
Where's
to
your
do that,
moral?
Steve. I
Where's your moral superiority now? You've called umpteen people paedophiles, and the only reason you've done it is because you're nasty.
Actually, I've
You're
called you
nasty.
naughty, and you're one of the
Nasty,
people that I think is
paedophile.
naughty.
Okay, fine.
You're one of
Think
the
what you want. Think what you want. But I know you're a liar and a fantasist.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you have no morals. You have no integrity.
Yeah, all right, Mr. Nancy Norris.
Well, that's all right. I can live with that, mate. It's not true. So you say,
It is true.
no, it's not. No, it's not. I've never been fucking. I've never been
spying on our
been
neighbours.
arrested. No, I fucking don't. I don't spy on anyone.
Yeah, you do. You
Time to
just told me you
spy on
spying
anyone.
on me and the Grandem. You think that we were in
What?
the
Say again. Say again. Say again.
I said you just told me you're spying on me and the Grandem because you think we're in little groups.
What the fuck is a grandem?
Well, you tell me. You're the one who
I
came
don't
in
know.
here
You
and
fucking
said,
word, you
"Get the
idiot."
grannies."
What, do you think you're 16 or something? You're trying to be in with the
No, you're the one who came in here
What the fuck is a
making the allegation
What the
that I'm in a
fuck is a
group and I'm
grandem?
against the grannies, you
What
weirdo.
the fuck is a grandem?
Find out.
I don't want to. I speak the King's English. Obviously, you don't.
That's
I mean,
right.
you try and chuck in a fucking, big
I
word
don't
every
speak
now
the
and then.
Queen's English. I'm a Cockney and I'm proud of it.
Kings, you cunt.
I am
King's
a
English.
Cockney.
Are you over? Yes, so am I.
You recognise
I
the
am as
King of
well.
all faiths, do you?
I am as well.
You
But I
recognise the King of all
properly.
faiths, do you? No, you ain't.
I speak properly.
No,
You
weren't
can't
born
even
in
get
the
the word
Boat Belt.
privacy correct.
You weren't born in the Boat Belt. Stop lying.
I fucking was. I was Leytonstone. On a quiet day, you can hear them just from
On a
there.
quiet day.
On a quiet day, you can hear
were-
both
you
bells and
born
Leytonstone.
in the
My old man used to tell me that all the time.
Boat and you was not.
Jokes, you were a traffic
You're a
warden for
fake.
fuck's
You want to be a
sakes.
Cockney. You're a Mockney.
No, I am a Cockney.
You're
I'm
a
a Cockney.
Mockney. You're
East
a
London,
Mockney. You're a
Leytonstone.
wannabe. You so badly want to be me. But
Mate,
you can't
not-
transition.
Nobody. You haven't even got any. You haven't even got any fucking
Oh, shut
inspiration.
up.
You don't aspire to be
Nancy Morris.
anything. You are
Nancy
literally a nobody.
Nancy Morris, go on, off you go.
Mate, you're doing well for a shaven Sasquatch. I'll give you that.
Yeah. Well, I've got sharp razors, that's why.
Oh.
You're Mockney.
How'd you get to your own back? Because you get. I mean, we've all seen the size of you. The more you eat, the more trouble you're going to have. Wiping your own arse, for instance, aren't you?
Well, I can wipe my own arse quite well at the moment, so don't worry about that.
Is that why? Is that why?
This is why I call you a bit noncy. Why are you worrying about my arse?
Well, because I'm worried
Why are
that
you
you can't
thinking
wipe
about
it
me wiping
correctly.
my bum?
I'm worried you can't wipe it correctly.
Yeah, but
You've
why,
got-
Nancy Morris?
You're getting old. You're getting old.
Why are
You've
you
got to
thinking
start
about
thinking
my
a bit.
bum?
Because it just plays on my mind, I just worry.
No, but it's very
I just worry.
disturbing.
Not only are you rotten on the inside, that if you can't wipe your ass properly, you'll start rotting on the outside.
Well, I can wipe my bum, so don't worry about that. Stop worrying about it.
How long before you can't wipe it?
Could you refrain from thinking about my bumhole, please?
Not thinking about your bum.
There's plenty of other men. There's plenty of other men like yourself, that like
Just-
showing off their bumholes on
just-
you. That you could, if you're upset,
I'm worried
obsessed
that
with
you smell
anuses,
of poo.
you could go and look at theirs. In fact, I can think of two
I'm
people
worried
right
that you
now.
smell of
I can
poo.
think of three people right now, that are well known on these channels for having shown their fucking anus, right, stretching their cheeks apart. Why don't you?
Yeah, at least they've got clean
and go and
ones,
look at
though.
them?
At least they've got clean ones. I bet you haven't.
Well, you'd have to bet, wouldn't you?
No, it's obvious. We've only got to look at the size of you to realise that you would have a real problem with reaching round to wipe your own arse.
Are you ridiculously stupid or
You're getting to
what?
that age, mate.
Nah, I'm fine.
You're getting to that age and you know it.
I'm fine. But if you want to sit there worrying, if you want to sit there worrying
Don't cry.
and talking about
you.
big people and
I
assuming
don't
that all
want
big
to
people
upset
can't wipe their own
Jokes,
bum
jokes.
and
I
wanting to
don't
sit
want to
there
upset you.
talking about, I don't care, I'm not upset. If you
You
want to
sound
talk about
upset.
shitty arse,
You sound upset. You get upset
I'm
all the
not.
time.
I'm
You're
not.
not very well, are you?
I'm not. What you've actually
Mate, how
done,
many times
what
have you
you've
cried
actually
online?
done,
How many
Nancy,
times
is
have
actually
you cried
reveal how
online?
naughty you are, where you're thinking
How many
about my
times?
backside.
How many times have you cried online?
Me? Oh,
Yeah.
3, I think.
Three more times than I have. 3 more times than most people have. You're a bit. I mean, it's okay
I'm
to
in touch
admit
with myself,
that you've got problems. I mean, you've recently gone from cigarettes to roll-ups, which is a sign that
Oh my
financial.
God, it's spying on me again.
No. Someone told me the other day.
I'm back on fags, mate.
Oh, you're back on fags. You can afford fags, yeah?
Yeah.
How's that going with your cancers and stuff like that? Would you worry about having cancers and stuff?
No.
So you're not bothered. I mean, everyone knows.
No,
that
I've
smoking kills.
told people a long time ago, if I die of anything, it'll probably be cancer. Does that frighten you? Because it don't frighten me.
No, it doesn't frighten me because I don't smoke.
So why have you reduced the conversation down to personals? Because that's all you
I'm
can
not
do.
reducing it down to personals. You're calling me a nonce, and I'm highlighting a health concern. You're calling me a nonce. You're calling me a nonce, and I'm highlighting a health
When was the
concern.
last time you got in bed with your daughter?
Probably when she was about 9 years old and scared of something.
Mm.
When was
Is
the
that
last
what
time
the
your son went to Belmarsh?
Is that what the court paper said?
Probably not. I don't remember it ever coming up in the court papers.
Well, it did, yeah.
No, it didn't. You just read shit that was fake and decided that you'd go with it.
They were fake, were they?
Yeah, they were. Otherwise, people would have been arrested. So when was the last time your son got sentenced to
Who
prison?
got arrested?
When was the last time your son got sent to prison?
It never happened.
Oh, so what did Wendy and what's his name? Fucking 42 Channels Dave and Luke all basically say?
I have no idea. It never
Did
happened.
your son
Did you ever see
appreciate
any
you telling
proof?
everyone that?
Did you ever see
Did
any
your
proof?
son appreciate you telling everyone that?
Well, it never happened.
Oh, sorry. I thought I was talking then. I was not on the stage. Sorry. So this, the words on this video play quite quickly. So I'm just going to speak it quite quickly as it plays. Just for the story. The story's lovely. Okay. When sprites touched the handpan for the first time, something magical happened. It still feels surreal to me that this moment was only a year ago, and now she is releasing her debut album, Ocean Born. This is Sprite's story. Sprite had always had refused to play an instrument, not like the piano, not the flute, not the drums, nor the violin. In fact, she wanted nothing to do with music at all. This is a shame, actually. I'm spoiling the music. I'll play it again after. I'll play the song again after. I'll read the story because it's really sweet. Until that magical day last year, shortly after her 10th birthday. The moment her fingers started to explore the handpan for the first time, there was an instant connection. I could feel the energy in the room shifting. Something profound had changed. That day, Sprite became obsessed. Since then, she has played every single day, often for many hours. She never left the house without the handpan. She took it to restaurants, cafes, and even to birthday parties. While her friends were having fun in the pool, she would sit in the quiet room inside playing handpan for hours. To her, the instrument was like a very close friend. She talks to it, kisses it goodnight, and greets it first thing in the morning. And it responds with the most beautiful vibrations. From the very beginning, Sprite refused to have a teacher. She preferred to explore everything on her own. I quickly realised that this was a blessing. By teaching herself, she was able to preserve her own way of experimenting over time to create a style entirely of her own. She learned incredibly fast, improving her technique day by day, and soon she was creating new songs every day. Each piece is a reflection of a very unique moment that will never happen again. Oftentimes it feels as if her body is remembering something it wants to do. Her hands seem to be guided all along by a force within her or just beyond her, while her mind drifts away. A year after that magical day, we were in Austria for a skiing holiday. After being out on the slopes, we all fell ill and spent most of our time in the hotel room. One evening, by the fireplace, I began to play a hauntingly beautiful melody. Next morning, more melodies poured out of her, weaving themselves into a mesmerizing piece of music. A deep feeling rose in my chest, and I felt dizzy from the beauty of the melody. Oceanborn came to life, and in that moment, I realized wonders really do exist.
use your children to threaten people? Why do you use your children to
and you
threaten
could go
people?
down their stuff because you're a
Why
naughty
do you
bastard,
use your
and you turn
children
their
to
kids
threaten
diary,
people?
and you
Why do
decide
you
to take
use
it out
your
online.
children to
You are
threaten
a
people?
weirdo, Morris.
Why do you use your children to threaten people?
How you doing, guys? What's going on?
How we doing, everybody?
You're right, James.
Oh, yeah, but
what this whole
hi, Jay.
Children to
Here's a hi darling. Here's a Danny West comment. I just noticed the first one. There might be more in the chat. Lady D, fist bump up, but don't be scared. You can be against Kaylee. She won't hunt you down like she says she will. And then Bance Lion, Danny. And
You are a weirdo, Morris.
Why do you use your children to threaten people?
We're going to see a lot more Wests typing inside now. Prepare yourselves.
How you doing, guys? What's going on?
How we doing, everybody?
You're right, James.
Oh, yeah, but
know what this whole
hi, Jay.
shit like that, man. It's a lay off with it, man. Fucking hell.
I hate to be the one with the schoolyard one, but she started it.
No, you started it. You did.
No, she started it.
I've been
She
listening.
started it.
Oh,
The racists are here to take for each other.
went
The
personal.
racists start to take for each other.
Morris, because every time you're
The
leaving,
racists take
you
for each other.
always have to resort to personals.
She started with the children, not me. She started with the children, not me.
No, you did. Oh, yeah, but
I didn't know. You got dementia. You got dementia. You can't remember what you ate, let alone what was said.
You can't remember what you do. Do you remember stealing that weed?
I've never stolen any weed. I don't smoke. Oh my God. Tommy does coke, for fuck's sake. So you're saying that I stole weed?
Yeah, stealing weed.
Smoke,
Not
you
doing
dumb
weed.
fuck.
Stealing
Oh,
weed.
right, okay,
You've got no morals and no integrity.
So where's your proof? Where's your proof?
No morals, no integrity.
You're a racist, though, Babs, aren't you?
No, I'm not. Prove it.
Yeah, well, why did you? I'll prove it. You said your daughter had told you you're racist. So your daughter was 40 years old, and she's had 40 years of your racism, and you confirmed that she called you a racist, didn't she?
Do mums and daughters never have rows? Who's talking about someone's kid now? Babs, that makes his kid open game. You can say what the fuck you like about it down the bar with his daughter. Who's got
I
low now,
love how
Morris?
triggered I get you lot.
Yo, guys, can we try and be a bit positive? Like, have a positive conversation apart from like digging each other out, cussing people's parents and children.
But me, you, and Jupiter can, but this other thing cannot. He has to always reduce it to personals because he does
It
not
only
know.
got personal when Jupiter come on.
He had so much bad stuff in his past.
It only got personal when Jupiter come on and made it personal.
No, I was talking to you. That's not what happened. I was talking to you about immigration. And because you didn't like it, because I criticised your position.
Happily for ages, and then
it wasn't Lady D, actually.
Oh, sorry.
And when you came on the panel, I was on the panel, but I was taking a phone call. Yeah,
I don't know,
exactly.
I come onto this panel, and there was just 9 for here then, was that right?
No, I was on the panel, but I was on mute.
Oh, right, you was on the panel, but you was on mute, so you weren't talking?
No. She was on a phone call.
Right, so I come on the panel and we talked to 9
Right.
Yeah, and you decided to then start throwing the personals.
No, that's not what happened. I talked about immigration.
What happened?
No, I talked about immigration. And when I got you on the back foot, because you couldn't take it, you couldn't take it because you fucking don't live by your own principles.
What can't I take?
You can't take anything, Morris.
Not talking to you, you old goblin, I'm talking to Juice.
Shut up, you fucking noncy cunt.
Goblin.
You are noncy. I mean, I've just heard you
fucking hell, man.
talking to Jupiter.
Do everyone a favour, don't have shade.
I mean,
do everyone a favour, don't have shade.
It is, Babs.
Go and have a
I'm
shave.
absolutely appalled with him thinking about my bum. Yeah, I know.
You smell of potatoes and you need to shave. Yeah? Don't shave. Don't shave.
I mean, Chrissy, why do you want to stick with facts with you?
That's what I've been told.
But you've got to stick with lies with me.
No,
lies,
that's what I've been told.
lies.
I've been told that you smell of potatoes.
He says he wants to inspect my bum to see if it's clean. I mean, this is nonsense. That's very nonsense. Tommy. Tommy's a better person than you could ever even. You want to inspect my bum to see if it's clean, and you say it's not nonsense.
Tommy's a better person.
What?
Like you guys love a racist.
Well, we would prefer to like a racist than to have to like someone who's a
That's because you are a racist.
Thief.
That's because you are a racist.
You are a Nazi thief.
Okay, whatever you think. It's not true. Whatever you think.
You are.
I'm glad that you are considering, you know, that you consider me worthy enough to speak to.
He keeps his pants on in the bath.
When I know that my children, as babies, are jumping in the ocean.
With his 14-year-old daughter.
Bullshit.
If that's not
bullshit. I've passed with all of my children
I did
when they
hear
are
about
babies.
that.
It's something that good
I
parents
did hear about that, Babs. Yeah, I did hear about that. I heard about that as well. Yeah.
All you've got is lies, ladies.
And all you've got is fucking nuncy.
Come think of works, Babs. Come on, get it out.
Go fuck yourself, Morris.
Have you taken your meds today, Babs? Have you smoked any
taken
heroin
yours?
today, Babs? Because that's something else you admitted to as well, isn't it?
What?
That you've taken heroin, haven't you?
Once. You, who's on coke every single day. Hey, Jake, have you thought
Oh
about
my God, it's the heroin granny.
Have you thought about
Shut up, you fucking
The
cokehead.
heroin granny.
You're a cokehead, Chrissy Morris.
The heroin granny.
You're a cokehead who steals
No, I'm not.
weed.
I don't take coke.
Feeds
I don't
pig
take
trials.
drugs.
And gets in a bath with your pants on.
You're the one sitting there with the roll-ups. Oh, I'm back to fags now because I can afford.
Yeah.
Imagine you were saving up for something. You fucking moron. And you're a fucking dog. Look at what you've got in your avatar. A fucking
How much money have you thrown at Tommy? How much money have you thrown at Tommy?
She's giving him 10 grand. What's it to you?
Is that
Fucking
actually
hell. And it's all gone up his nose.
your business?
You've helped support his drug fucking problem, you silly old bat.
You silly old cunt. Why
Are you jealous? Chrissy Morris is jealous. You don't give him no coke money.
The heroin addict with dementia that's fucking paying for Tommy Robinson's habit. I can see the fucking newspaper now.
Stealer.
And I can see the newspaper now.
The thing is,
Angela Morris assaults women.
Angela Morris
about being in a paper. Yeah, the stories of you in the newspaper ain't exactly been positive, have they, Chrissy?
Babs, yeah, but I couldn't care. At least I'm not a heroin taker.
Not
At least I'm not a weed
people
thief.
of being rapists.
What
At
do
least
you
I've got integrity to hate immigrants.
You haven't
that
got
marry
any
one.
integrity. That's why you
At
got
least
chucked off
I
the
You
fucking tell top
no
stories about my children to strangers on the internet.
Has no integrity. A thief has no integrity.
And what you got against that people?
Sick head.
Who's got what?
What you got against elderly people, by the way?
I haven't got nothing against elderly people. I like elderly people, actually.
Oh, well, that's not what it sounded like earlier. You said elderly people can't wipe their bum.
No, you are getting to the point where you won't be able to wipe your bum.
You said getting to that age. That's what you said. You said getting to that age.
It doesn't mean to say you dislike it. You get to an age where you can't look after yourself.
Oh,
you
you
are getting there.
shit your asses.
I mean, look at Babs, for instance, right? Babs is older than you, and she can probably wipe her ass better than you, but her dementia probably means that she'd forget to. So
He
she'd
wants
need
to-
help as
he
well.
wants to
And it's not
expect-
about
Oh,
hating old
but
people.
now you're
It's just
talking
because you
about
two
my
are
age
both
as well.
elderly. You're both elderly, aren't you?
Fucking nonce.
You're both elderly, aren't you?
I know he
Babs,
thinks he's not a
Babs, why do you
nonce.
smell of potatoes?
He thinks he's not a nonce. He's going around looking at people's
Babs,
asses.
I've been told you smell of
What
potatoes.
the
Why?
fuck do potatoes smell of?
But you. Why do you
What
smell
do
of potatoes?
potatoes smell of?
Potatoes. I fucking know. It's the dementia.
I
kicking in.
wouldn't even
It's
like
the
to meet
dementia
the state of
kicking
your
in, isn't it?
ass when I can see your fucking face.
It's the dementia kicking in, isn't it, Babs? What do potatoes smell like? Potatoes.
A fucking retarded mongo.
See, now you're having a go at disabilities, even though Jupiter has got a disabled brother. You think it's okay to have a pop at people about their disabilities?
What's my disabled brother got to do with anything, you weirdo?
She's using discriminatory language about disabled people.
You were using discriminatory language about old people.
No, I wasn't.
Yes, you was.
What discriminatory language did I use about old people? Tell me.
And right now, you're being a bit of a misogynist, in case you don't know.
How am I being a misogynist? Tell me.
Well, because you keep having arguments
You
with women,
don't
didn't
know,
you?
do you?
Yes.
You don't know, do you?
You're a misogynist pig.
Well, my girlfriend don't think so. She is a
I don't even believe you got a girlfriend. Get out of your beautiful face.
Good. Because if you did, you'd be trying to get her sacked from her job, wouldn't you?
Why would I want to get someone sacked from their
Because
job?
you're a nasty old woman.
You out.
You are nasty old people. See, Max, you was trying to get a lady sacked from her job, weren't you?
Who?
Patsy, was it? Was it Patsy?
What? Oh, was that? Oh, hang on a minute. That thing. Was that when? Yeah. Patsy was laughing at somebody who was trying to commit suicide, and she was going around trying to say that she was a counsellor.
So, she denies that, doesn't she?
She denies what?
She denies what you've just said.
What, that she was laughing?
Yeah.
There is proof out there.
So where is the proof? Can you find it?
No, not for you.
I remember
once upon a time, you two weren't friends with Sean, were you?
What?
Once upon a time, you two did dislike Sean, didn't you?
And once upon a time, you loved him.
No, I've never loved him. I tried to help him, and he turned on me.
You had his phone number. You were calling him in the night.
I tried to help him. When I realised he was a cunt, I cut him off, which is exactly what I did with Brian Hell. Brian Hell threatened to write your doctor, Jupiter, and you then was friendly with him. You've got no morals or integrity.
With him, yes.
You have no morals or integrity.
I apologise. And
I'm
only
not
word.
apologising.
And to be honest,
Rape your
and to be,
daughter.
what
You
you're
rape your
credible.
daughter and an
Do you
apology
think that
about
was
it.
credible? Do you think that was credible?
Mate, it doesn't matter if it's credible. I'm never
Well, it
speaking
does
to
to
someone
me.
amicably
It does
again
to me.
if they threaten to
It does.
rape any
It
of my
does to me.
children.
It does to me. It
Well,
wasn't
that's
credible,
because
and he
you've got no
apologised.
integrity or
And
morals.
since then,
YouTube
he
likes
has
to
left
views
me alone.
above your children.
That's not true.
That is true.
You're best mates with someone who has though. You're best mates with someone who has though.
Your kids.
And you put your YouTube above your children. Why can't you see your boys? Why can't you see your boys?
I can see my boys.
Doesn't it
I
matter?
do
You're
see my
internet
boys.
behaviour.
You hate it because you don't know
You're
the
not about
situation, do you?
internet
You don't
behaviour.
know the current situation, do you?
I do.
You don't.
Joe's
You
offered
haven't
to
got a
come on my
clue, love.
panel.
You're working on information that was 2 years old.
Joe has offered to come on my panel.
Do what you want. Let's see what happens.
I'll see what happens.
Let's see what happens.
All this
Do what you want.
us all about
Let's
you.
see what happens.
Joe? Joe is his ex-wife's new partner.
Oh, get him on. Let's find out the real story.
Yeah, do whatever you want and see what happens.
But
Morris,
to be honest, Babs, I'm not like Chrissy Morris.
I think you're talking bollocks again.
Yeah, well, I'll show the email. But the fact of the matter is...
No, don't show the email.
I will show the email.
Anyone can make up a fake fucking email.
I'm not interested.
Anyone can make
I am not interested
especially
in your
a woman
shitty
that's
life.
made up fake fucking rape allegations.
Yeah, if you got
You've made up fake rape allegations before. Showing an email that could have been written by anyone.
And Morris is friends with a lady who says that she is the top of an organisation that is just waiting for her say to go out and murder a load of people.
Who's that? Mate, I hardly speak to Tony. We've not spoken for a while.
But you're still friends with her, aren't you?
You're a racist Tommy Robinson fan. I'm not friends with you.
You're a murderer supporter fan.
I'm a murderer supporter. Fucking hell, babes. You just get worse, don't you?
Well, she says that she's
go back to your doctor. Tell your dementia's getting worse and you need more help.
For her word to go out and
Her
murder
words are her words. They're not my words.
people.
Her words are her words. They're not my words.
So why
Go back
don't
to your
you?
doctor.
Why don't
Tell
you?
your doctor you're
What are your
struggling.
words? What are your words is that you said a paedophile, right? And
Sorry?
what is also your words?
When did I say that?
Kaylee, look at this. I just saw it under, what was it? I reshared my I just refreshed my channel. I went on my channel to see your emojis because I couldn't tell what they were from the StreamYard, and then I saw this. Oh wow! Someone else has reacted to this. Oh, let me just check this. So this coincidence. So I've just this was underneath. So you see my stream is called Bosh, Bosh and OSS. The Axel one that was that Helen was trying to get you to go on. His named his stream Bosh as well. I don't know if he does that, like if that's a regular thing, but that's funny, isn't it? I'm on the screen. I'm on the stage yet. So I look at this just below, recommended underneath that. I'm going to watch this now.
Right, yeah, this. Oh, right, yeah, this is the last one from Maria's request, other than the Eric Weinstein thing. But this is going to be a tough watch. I mean, when you hear adults talk about this sort of thing, it's rough enough. But I don't think I've ever heard it out of actually a child's mouth. It's normally when they've grown up. And something John Wedger says about it as well, that children don't lie. I mean, children do lie, but not in these sorts of situations. He's like, John Wedger, he's like, throughout the whole time he was interviewing children, he said only one was found to be lying and was put up to it by the mum because there was like a messy split up between her and the dad, and she convinced, he's like, they fell at the first hurdle. A child cannot, like, it's hard for an adult to lie and get past police because they see it every day in, day out. But he's like, a child, they're just not gonna they're not gonna lie like that. But yeah, this is gonna be a tough watch. Hampstead Christ Church satanic ritual child abuse cover up. Police testimony of child 1. It's gonna be brutal. Let's go.
What I'll do, first of all, I'll tell you everyone's names so you're clear who it is. My name's Steve and I'm a policeman and I work here at Barnet Police Station. This lady here, her name's Cleo.
Cleo and Steve.
Cleo and
Steve. With Jean Clement.
I know, I haven't met Jean Clement, but we do similar jobs, but he works in a different part of London. I think he works
South.
Somewhere else. I've never met him, but he does work. He's a policeman.
Yes, he's a sergeant.
He's a police sergeant, is he? Oh, okay. And Cleo's a police lady. and her job is the controller today, and that means she controls everything that's going on there, making sure it's all working. Okay, and if you see, she had a pen and paper, and she might make some notes because she might want to ask something at the end. Do you want a pen? And then from then, we'll talk. So that leaves one other person here, and that's you. Can I just ask you to say your full name, please? What's your first name?
Elisa.
Elisa.
Well, my real name is Grace.
Grace.
But my name my name is Elisa Gareva Dearman, but my second name is Grace, as I said.
So Alicia, Grace, Gareva
Dearman.
Okay, so it's 4 names you've got.
Yes.
Okay, so and have you got a middle name? Is Grace your middle name?
Yes.
And no other names?
No, it's Grace. Grace.
Okay, perfect. So Alicia, Grace, Gareva Dearman.
Yes.
Okay. And how old are you, Alicia?
I'm 9 years. I'm 9 years old right now.
Yeah. And so, do you prefer to be called Alicia or Grace? For one.
Elisa.
Elisa.
Because I'm used to being called Elisa.
Yeah, Elisa. Okay.
And I've been called Grace.
No. Okay. So, what I'd like to do is just go through some of the rules and just explain today's date. It's 10:30 in the evening. It's the 5th of September, and as I said, we're here at Barnet, and what we're going to talk about, I wasn't there. So because I wasn't there, I need you to explain in as much detail everything you can remember. Okay, so just really think about everything that you can remember and tell me about it.
You got to think before we get into this, but think of these policemen, that this is their job, because you get police that are like children is their department, but then also the interviewing side of things, and you think of having to sit like, and yeah, that's a tough job that people don't respect or don't even think about enough. That
Okay. If I ask you something and you don't understand what I'm saying, tell me, yeah? And I'll look at a different way, okay? And that goes the other way. If you say something and I'm not really sure what you mean, I might ask you to say it again, or I might ask the question in a different way. Yeah, I might say, well, what does that mean? Or what can you tell me? And so that's that one, really. If I ask you a question and you don't know the answer, that's fine. Just tell me you don't know, okay? And that's because I want you to tell everything the truth, okay? I don't want you to guess. If you don't...
Yeah, that's another thing, because John Wedger says that as well. The children, he's like, you can lead a child. You can get a child to say anything. He's like, for example, if the child says the man came in a yellow car, he's like, if the policeman like grimaces as if I don't like that answer, the child will change it. Because childs have a natural instinct to want to acquiesce the adult or the authority figure. Is like, so you can change a child's statement just by a look, because they will pick up on it and think, oh, that's not something else.
If you don't know, just tell me, okay? And that leads to the next thing. We must tell the truth, and that's you and me. So if I ask you something, you've got to tell me the truth, and if you ask me something, I'll tell you the truth. Should we agree that, shall we? Yeah? What I want to do is just make sure you understand the difference between truth and a lie. Okay? I've had this paper.
Truth is, and also is just opposite.
Truth is what?
Truth is opposite.
Opposite to
well, lie is opposite truth.
Lie is opposite to the truth. So, right, if I tell you this, if I've drawn this picture here, this is on Cleo's paper. She sees this picture and she says, who drawn that? I said, yes, it was me that drew it. I'm sorry. Would that be the truth or a lie?
That would be truth.
That would be the truth. So what would have been a lie?
No, I did not draw it, or somebody else. I don't know who.
That would be a lie, yes. So why do sometimes people tell the truth? Tell the lie. Why do sometimes people tell a lie?
So, because maybe sometimes they do. Maybe it's personal, I don't know.
What do you mean?
So maybe like if I don't know, so why would they say a lie?
Yeah, why would they
Maybe
say
they
that?
don't want you to know about that.
Yeah, sometimes they don't want to tell you about it. Yeah,
Maybe they don't want to be in trouble. They don't want anyone to be in trouble.
that's also a good reason that sometimes people lie. That's true. That people don't want to get in trouble. And in here,
Yeah, that is the lies. Although there's something you don't want to tell someone, that was very revealing when she said that. That was very, yeah. That a child's first instinct to what you would lie about is something you don't want to tell someone. But yeah, the lying to get out of trouble, that's the typical kid lie. But yeah, by nature, kids aren't liars. It's not till you get older that you kind of get that.
you won't get in trouble, okay? As long as you tell the truth, you will not get in trouble for anything you've said or done, okay? As long as you tell us now. Okay? Yeah? And I promise that. And then say, I've got to tell the truth as well. And from that, I need to say that includes if you use rude words or things like that. In here, you're allowed to use those rude words, okay? Your mummy knows what we're going to be talking about and knows that you're here. And she won't tell you off if you need to use those sort of words. I'd rather you use those rude words to tell me exactly what happened than try and make it polite and you miss out things that have happened.
So I don't understand.
Well, say for example, me and Cleo were having a conversation and you heard Cleo swear.
Yes.
Right? Do you understand that bit?
Yes.
So me and her talking, Cleo swore while she was talking to me. She said a rude word. And then I say to you, did you hear what Cleo said? And I say, tell me what Cleo said. I'd rather you tell me everything, including the swear word.
So I should
Yeah,
say.
say like said, oh, Cleo said, oh, this camera's shit. Say she said that. And I say to you, what did Cleo say? I don't want you to say, oh, Cleo said the camera's rubbish. I want you to say, Cleo said the camera was shit. Do you see?
Yes, I should.
So don't try and make it polite.
Yes.
Say exactly. Is that clear?
Yes, I shall say what exactly.
Exactly. Perfect. Well done. Thank you. So you've come here with your mum, and do you live with your mum? Do you?
Yeah, I live with her.
And who else do you live with?
And that's just my mom. I live with only my mom.
No one else?
No.
No other family in your
I don't live
house?
with my dad. No.
What about brothers?
No. I live with my brother Gabriel.
So it's you, Gabriel, your mum.
Yes, and I know when three.
Three of you.
Yes.
Okay.
And my big brother James, he sometimes comes.
Okay. And who's James?
James is just my big brother, but he's not really like he knows this about this, but no, he doesn't really like doing it.
What do you mean?
So my big brother James.
Yeah, James. How old is James?
He's about 17, but he's not really included because he doesn't really live with us.
Okay, so
He lives with his other dad.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he doesn't live with us, but he comes to visit us on Saturdays.
Oh, I see. So is he your half brother? Is he?
And he is my brother. He is my brother.
Right.
So it's just that his dad is married to so my mom married two men.
Yep.
So first is when my big brother was born.
Yeah.
And after she broke up with his name is Will.
Yeah.
He broke up with him.
Yeah.
And after him she didn't marry, but she loved Ricky, which is my dad.
Yeah.
So then we were born. So then she broke up.
So your dad is Ricky. James's dad is Will.
Will Draper, and my mum's name is Ella Draper.
But you and James both have the same mum, who's Ella, yeah?
Yes.
Understand. And what about Gabriel?
Gabriel, yes, he's my.
You can see how tricky he is as well. She's such a cute little girl as well, but that she doesn't get the half brother. No, he's my brother because that's her brother. Like the whole half thing because he's got she's a cute little girl. I know this is gonna be brutal for what's gonna come out this little girl's mouth. But it's kind of like even worse seeing her as a, because so far is just like a little. She just seems like a little girl.
Yes.
And is he the son of Will, or is he the son of Ricky?
Son of Ricky. Me and Gabriel are so the daughter and son of Ricky,
Yeah.
and James is son of Will.
Perfect. So you live with your mum,
Yes.
and do you ever get to see your dad? Do you?
My dad Ricky.
Ricky, do you ever
Yes,
get to see him?
Every two Saturday, but actually, in fact, he lies to my mum, and he says that he just sees us every 2 Saturdays.
And do you
That's
see him
the
every 2
court
Saturdays?
orders.
Okay.
So
do you
the-
see him every 2 Saturdays?
Nope, we see him every single day.
Every single day. And how do you
At
do that?
school, he comes to our school.
Oh, does he? And what does he do at the school?
He does sex to us. He kills babies there.
Right.
We eat babies. We drink their blood.
Okay.
Because this is how we do it. So like on Wednesdays is the most special, busiest special day.
Okay. We'll start. We'll take it little bit by little bit. So you say your dad comes to your school.
Jesus, that is like a punch in the stomach, wasn't it? Oh, really? What does he do at the school? He does sex to us. And then he kills babies, and that was crazy. How easily she just said that. Just as if that's but it is, that's just what her life is. That's crazy.
Every day.
Yes.
What does that mean? He comes
That
to your
means
school every day.
that means he comes like whenever we have school on Saturdays. He comes and sees us there.
Whereabouts does he come and see you?
My school, Christchurch Primary School.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, that's the area we live next to Christchurch Primary School.
Yeah.
Because we live in 5 Patterson Road, and then after he comes to our school.
Okay. So who drops you off at school in the morning?
My mum.
So you get dropped off at school.
Yes.
When you get dropped off at school, what do you do then?
So then they check if the coast is clear, if my mum's not there or anything around the area.
Okay.
So they go, Mr. Morris, the caretaker.
Yeah.
He goes around the school areas and checks if my mum is there or anything, like if the coast is clear.
Right.
And after they call my dad and say that everything's all right, my mum is not there, it's air clear.
How do you know that?
Because they got the number of my dad.
And how do you know that?
Because I heard them talking to my dad. That was exactly my own dad's voice. Exactly.
So where were you when you heard this caretaker speak?
Staff room.
Why were you in the staff room?
Because that's where they do sex to me.
So you've got to school. Right,
Yes.
You've got to school. You've got. How did you get to school?
So we just go and buy a car then.
So you go by car
Yes.
with your mum.
Yes.
Get to the school.
Yes.
So you get out of the car.
Yes.
And where'd you go first of all?
So this is where we park, and there's this little path. You go upstairs, and then there's a little path, and then here's our school.
Yes.
So then you just walk in, but that's where the infants are. But you have to go further along, and that's where the junior, because I'm in junior. So then when you go in the junior, there's downstairs, and then there's a big playground, and then there's the office and the whole school there.
So you go into the school in the infants part,
Yes.
and you walk round to the primary.
Yes, so
part.
then at the front, when you just come in the room,
Okay.
there's this an office just at the front. There's a door going in the hallway where we do assembly.
Yeah.
And on the on the left, you go in, and there's the head mistress office there.
Okay.
And then the staff toilet, and it's just this like where the teachers go and do the typing and work.
Yeah.
And there's upstairs, there's year 4 and year 5.
Yeah.
And after, just like I'm in year 4, so in year 4 there's just there, and then year 5 is there on that side,
Okay.
and the staff room is just at the front of us.
Okay.
So just walk in the staff room, and then there's this kitchen, and then there's a sofa, and that's where we do sex.
So why do you go in there first of all? Why don't you just go to class?
Like, we go to class sometimes too, yes.
Right. So
We go to class sometimes, yes.
Okay. So you go to class.
Yes.
Okay, and then what happens when you get
And
to
then
class?
they got this, in my classroom, they got this little door at the back, right at the back
Yeah.
of the classroom. They got a little door and it's just like a tiny little room. It's all stuffed with sweets, prizes, especially to pay the children with sweets to do sex to them.
Right.
Yeah, so they give sweets as much as they like.
Yeah.
So they give sweets so till they're like full, they're done. So because while they eat the sweets, they do sex to them. So they pay them sweets, and then after they do what they want them to do.
Okay.
Because our children.
Who? What children? What children?
So there's children from our school, 200 children in our school, but it's not like all. There's 20
What
special
ones? Tell
children.
me, who are these 20 special
There's
children?
Millie, she's a brown girl.
Millie who?
Millie Cowell.
Millie Cow?
Yes.
Okay. So how do you know she's one of the 20 special children?
Because I know, because she comes and they do sex to her, mostly.
Who's they? Who's they?
The teachers, the parents, the staff.
Every single teacher or specific teachers?
No, the whole school does it. The whole school, and we got our own church too. So because they do because after as I said, we kill babies, we drink their blood, we eat them.
Okay.
But then after so the social services who are in it, they go to families, So if the families can't afford, so they got a baby but they can't look after it or anything, they can't buy food or they can't buy clothes, they can't look after it. So the families who sell their children.
Yeah.
So the social services get them. They say they get them to a foster home, but they don't. They get the babies or the children, and then they get Miss Marden, our nurse in our school. She injects the child or baby in the neck, just here though.
Right. Okay. And how do you know that?
Because I saw her doing it.
How did you see her doing it?
Because I saw her in the staff room. She was getting this. So she got this injection, and she done. So the baby was there. It was just sitting on the table,
right.
And I was just laughing there. And after she just injected her, and I was I was slowly went to sleep, but not just like a thud, not like just fell straight away. They put, because it looked like it was slowly moving down like that.
Right.
Yes, so then after
so Dave's gone to sleep.
Yes, and then after they get put on this bit, they get the baby, they hang it upside down.
And how do they hang it
yes,
upside
with
down?
the string.
From where?
On the wall, because there's this little like is a screw, unless they put a string as like a circle string, tie it to the legs, hang it upside down, and then they get the knife they use for cutting the baby's head off. So you know this big ones, like this big Chinese ones, which you chop up coconuts and stuff.
Right.
Yes, they get cleavers, aren't they? No,
Okay.
I don't know what they're called.
You've described it well enough.
Yes.
Right, okay.
So then because our dad, he forces me and Gabriel to do it. But because we're not strong enough to cut the baby's head off, he has us to hold the knife, and he puts his hand at the top of our hand, and he helps us to cut the baby's head off. Because he's learning, he's teaching me and Gabriel, so when we're older, to do it to our own children and do this kind of stuff to our own children.
Where is it this happens?
The church, the kitchen in our church.
The kitchen in the church.
Yes, they
okay.
got.
So
Yes.
right, this string. Tell me about this string.
So it's just like, it's not just like just a thin normal string. It's a bit thick. It's like maybe that thick.
Okay.
And they tie around.
Okay.
Like in a circle.
Right.
Hang it up on
Where do they tie it to on the baby?
So it's like on legs. So they put the legs together, tie it on.
Yeah.
And so it's like one string around and then one string attached.
Yeah.
And it's hanging upside down. They get the knife, but they don't just cut it off absolutely. It's still on. So it's like the head off, but it's still hanging on.
So okay.
Yes, and then there's a big white bowl on the floor, and the blood drips in, and then we pour it in a big silver goblet.
Okay, so where's this white bowl? Where did they get the white bowl from?
They bought the big white bowl
From where?
from there's any shop, any white.
And where did they get the bowl from this time?
Any shop like this. So you know
But you obviously didn't see them get the bowl.
No, I.
Bless her. She's like, yeah. It's so crazy to hear things come out of her mouth, because she is also like that. She's explaining things like a kid explains things. But then that's like, again, what she's talking about, the drinking of blood, and it's like we do that now medically, like not the cutting off babies' heads and drinking them, but blood transfusions and yeah, people being injected with, what's that thing? You get injected with blood, and it like with a younger person's blood, and it gives you a little kick of life.
I don't know what shop, but I think they went to this what is it called next to Brent Cross.
Okay.
It's near Brent Cross.
Where is it kept at the
In a
church?
cupboard, in a cupboard.
What cupboard?
There's this just like a normal cupboard, so it's like
Whereabouts?
like a cupboard, like a kitchen cupboard.
Right, okay.
So
And
it's
where
like
is this kitchen cupboard?
There's a kitchen in the church and in a school.
Right, there's a kitchen,
Yes.
I've got it, this
Yes.
kitchen. So in the kitchen,
Yes.
baby's hanging up,
Yes.
and you said that there's a
Yes,
white
so
bowl,
yes.
and it's kept in a
Yes.
cupboard. So what cupboard is it kept in?
It's just a wooden cupboard, so it's like
Okay. So if I was to go in the kitchen, how would I find it? Tell me how I can find
so
this
it's
bowl.
like it's not as big as this room. It's much bigger, much
Okay.
bigger.
Right.
So it's just like maybe just around on this wall, just around here. There's this little cupboard.
Right.
It's not little. It's kind of medium size.
Right, there's a medium cupboard. So where's the door? So you
Yes,
described
the door is a bit like that. A bit like that.
So the door's over there.
Yes.
Then you said the cupboard would be in the other corner.
Yes.
Have I got that right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And is the cupboard up in the top or down on the bottom?
No, it's at the top, like
the
in the
top.
middle, like that. Yes.
And you say it's wooden. What colour wooden?
Just normal brown wood.
Okay.
He is a great interviewer, interviewing. Like you can see, like especially there. Look how she's sitting. She's completely faced him, and she's like, yeah, completely open to him at this point. He's doing a great job, and think of that as well, to be able to having to interview children about this sort of thing, and you're not like, you can't have any reaction to it, any natural reaction, like, because you can hear how he's talking, just like, okay, so then the baby, like, as if it's like to make to not kind of, yeah, you just got to keep it as to like yeah, like it's a natural conversation, but you can see how it's worked. Look how that girl is sitting now. She's completely sat up, facing him, chest bowed. She's like, yeah, but like that, she's still got little cute kid things though. There's a little cupboard there. Well, it's not a little cupboard, but it's probably a medium. Like that's such a kid thing. Like, yeah, and again, that goes with the honesty side of things, that they want to be precise in what she's saying. But I actually do think I know this. I didn't think I'd heard of this cover up. But saying about her dad and the caretaker, there was I've like, it might have been John Wedger. He may have mentioned it on the crime theory things, but I don't think he's done a whole episode on it. But he's like, I'm sure he's mentioned this, because when she said her dad comes to the school and the kid, like, yeah, there's something in there that twigged in my brain of, I have yeah, I've kind of heard of this case, but not, if you know what I mean, only little dribs and drabs of things. But that I remember. Yeah, cover up. This isn't the cover up. No, it's way more recent than that. Or maybe it is. No, it can't be. But there was a cover up of something years ago, and then the woman or man, I can't remember. I think it was a woman though. That she covered up a massive child abuse thing, and then the next thing, Tony Blair made her children, yeah, the head of children's services or whatever in the government. That it was the woman who had covered up something. Or I don't think it was a man. I do think it was a woman who did it. But then, yeah, obviously a natural progression for that person is to put her head of childcare. But yeah, this is so like it's such a disturbing thing listening to this, because like I say, I mean, it's like when you hear adults talk of their abuse as children, it's hard enough. When you hear someone talk about horrendous things and then they say, how old was you? And they're like 4, and you're like, Jesus, like. But actually hearing it and seeing it in she's putting it across, like I say, in such a child, like how children do talk about things, and like the detail, and for just how she just naturally, every time they do sex on us or they do that is like literally being punched in the stomach every time. That, like, just, and that's what's disturbing about it. It's not the fact that she's saying it, it's that there's nothing in her that even sees that as something that's wrong. Like, it's just so natural for her to say. That's the disturbing part of it. She's saying it like a little girl should be saying, we do coloring. Like, we do coloring in books. Like, that's what she should be saying. But yeah, she's saying they do sex on me with that same ease. Yeah, it's crazy. Like I said, this is going to be a tough watch, but I do think doing these things is worth it. And like I say, even if just one person watches this video and starts looking into things, and then it worked. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, that's part 1. Sweet. Oh, right, yeah. Yeah, part 2 of this police interview. Let's go.
Yes.
And you say it's wooden. What colour wooden?
Just normal brown wood.
Okay, and there are any other cupboards around it?
Yes, there is some other cupboards that go around the walls.
So,
lots and lots and lots.
So
it's just a few.
If I come in, how can I go to that cupboard without making any mistake with one of the other?
So, like, if you come in a room, here's this sink, and here's this big table, and just there's this, as I said, a cupboard.
Okay.
So you see this frame, and it says "Wish." Yeah. It's like a bit bigger than that size, and it's just that color of wood, a bit brown.
Yeah.
And then it's just this cupboard, and then just got the normal handles, and then just wooden handles.
Okay.
So you have to open it, and there's this white bowl and a silver goblet. The two things that we use, the plates that we used to eat the baby on. Yes. So, and they tell me and Gabriel, but who actually killed the babies was my father. He kills the babies.
Okay. So the baby's hanging up. And
Yes.
you say, how do they hang it up? What do they use? You've got the string on
Yes.
the leg.
Yes.
And then what's it attached to?
No. It's got a screwdriver on the wall.
There's a screwdriver on the wall. Whereabouts on the wall?
It's just like a wall. It's not like the same like this room. The door is actually there. That's the kitchen where we actually do that's the usual kitchen where we usually like.
So you go in, go
Yes.
through the door. So
Yes.
where's this screw on the wall?
So it's just like the door. Pretend the door is just there.
Yeah.
It's another kitchen though.
Yeah.
This is the kitchen that we usually use.
Yeah. So how do I know that's a different kitchen? What's different about this kitchen? Where
Because
is
this
it?
is just a different shape and it looks different.
Whereabouts is this kitchen
In our school.
Whereabouts in the school?
So it's just like this school, just this normal kitchen school. The kitchen. Yes, where they make the school dinners.
So, right, in the school canteen
Yes.
kitchen. Okay, so it's in
Yes.
there. So you go in the door.
Yes.
Where's the screw on the wall?
So it's just like that. It's just like this. So here's the door when
Yeah.
you come in, and there's this little screwdriver.
Screwdriver.
Well,
Screwdriver.
it's not a screwdriver. A screw.
Right, a screw.
Yes, it's in the wall.
Right.
But it got a space on.
Yeah.
So you have to hang the string on.
Yeah.
But you make sure it's still it's like secure.
Yeah.
So they put because Mr. Morris he works hard. He works with hammers. He works that kind of stuff. Yeah. So he gets this screw in the wall, and then after he hangs it up, he hangs the baby up.
Right. Okay.
And Papa and me, either me or Gabriel hold on to the knife, but he actually kills the baby because he puts his hand on our hand.
Okay.
So then he says to swing and then just chop off the baby's head off, but like stop straight away, like once, so you go like this one, and then just leave a bit of space so it's still on the head. But it's just the blood is dripping in the bowl though. That's how we drain out the blood.
Okay. So you do that. Blood's dripping. Does blood not go like everywhere? Or not?
No. We don't make that. We go like this. Like we don't just go like smash like that. We go like this. One like not so speedy.
Yeah.
Just like medium speed. So you just go like that fast, like that, and we make sure it's not like blood spilled everywhere because we make sure.
It is like how they drain animals, basically. But also, there's a crazy link with the idea as Mike Taraga's book is the Meat Rack Boys. I'm sure it's called Meat Rack Boys, which that's a crazy coincidence, but that is what she's talking about. Also, I wonder where this girl, because if this is 2014, at least the date's there anyway at the end, so I'm guessing it's 2014. She's got to be like late teens, early 20s. I wonder if she's out there, talking about these, because I'd love to know what her life was, because all of this got covered up. Like, people do kind of know. Like, if you brought it up, people go, oh, yeah, I remember something about that. But it's that type of thing. But it was covered up by our country. I'd like to know what her life was like after this and what she remembers of interacting with the police and how all that kind of thing. Sean Atwood should try and get her on his podcast.
Everything is clean, as much as clean as they can do it, because they clean it after that too.
Okay.
So if there's blood is on the floor or something like that, they wipe it off.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So
the blood's in the bowl.
yes, and then we put, and then after we pour it in the silver goblet. And
where do they get this silver goblet from?
I don't know what shop.
No, but like where it.
Yes, it's with the white bowl in the same cupboard.
In the same cupboard.
Yes.
This wooden cupboard. And
yes.
That's not in this kitchen with the hanging on the screw. It's in a different kitchen. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Because they get the bowl from the other kitchen to that kitchen.
Understood. So where are all the people that work in the canteen then when this is happening?
I don't understand.
Well, there's obviously, if it's a kitchen,
yes,
to make, I assume, is it to make all the children's lunches?
Yes, but instead of
people?
making the children lunches, they give baby to the children.
They give baby to the children.
Yes, they give like if they say there's spaghetti bolognese that day, they put a bit of baby meat in all the time.
And how do they make baby meat to use spaghetti
Because
bolognese? I don't understand.
because they cut the baby. Mrs. Forsyth,
Yeah.
the headmistress, she cuts the baby.
And what about all the bones and that?
Yes, they keep the bones.
Where
But they,
do
after,
they go?
No, I know, but the bones they don't just like keep them. They make stuff out of them. So they make like statues of the
Where are all these
church.
statues?
Yes, because they got carving, like there's people carving people. They work near Swiss Cottage, somewhere there. That's where they work in a carving shop, and it's just and then they tell that there's a man called Felix there, and then he makes this like he makes statues of churches. He makes that kind of stuff. Like so, he makes.
Sorry. Can you be quiet, please? Just doing an interview. Cheers. We didn't know that. Yeah, no, fine. Cheers.
So it's just like they make like statues and stuff out of the bones.
Yeah.
Because they got as I said, they got carving people. So they got Felix, they got Max.
Yeah.
Those are the two people who are the best ones at carving.
Yeah.
So our church, we got our own church.
Yeah.
Yes, they make carving of that church, and then they don't just sell it.
Yeah.
They sell it sometimes, but they keep it. The school keeps it sometimes,
Yeah.
but usually they sell it for money because they want money.
And how do you know all this?
Because I saw they have statues of them.
Okay. So Felix makes statues.
Yes, and the skulls of the babies. You know the skulls.
Yeah.
Yes, they get the skulls and they make hole. They make a hole with a driller. So they make a hole in, and they tie string around,
Yeah.
and then they put all around the body, but they're naked, and they got this tattoo on the private with like little piercings.
Okay.
Not like earrings, but like little gold piercings around the private,
Yeah.
and they all dance around with skulls on in the church there.
Okay.
So they have skulls, like the teachers and the staff, they got 20 skulls each.
And how do you know they've got 20 each?
Yes, because I counted once. They were like, there's one here, and then there's one here, and there's one on the neck here. Like they looks like skulls everywhere, on the knees, on the elbows. It looks like armor.
Okay. So if I was to try and find these skulls, where would I find them?
Yes, in the church.
Where in the church?
So there's the secret rooms. They got secret rooms.
Go on. Tell me, how do I find this secret?
So when you go in the secret rooms, because they hide it in loads of places.
Would you be able to help me find them, would you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
so,
but they just hide them anywhere. They just hide it like in one place, then they move it to other place, then they move it other place. There's just.
Okay, so I go into the church now.
Yes, and they hide. Usually they hide it in their houses. Because they have parties in their houses.
Okay.
Because
And
Mr.
how do you know
Hollings,
that?
my teacher,
Yes.
he lives in Highgate.
Right.
Yes. If you can see his house, because his Porsche,
Yeah.
he got Porsche, and it's just at the front of his house.
Okay. So how do you know he keeps them in his house?
Because I know, because I went to his house once.
Tell me about his house. What does it look like?
It's big.
Okay, big. We go in the front door. What colour is
Yes.
the front door?
It's just normal black colour, normal black.
Normal black.
Yes,
So
yes.
I go in. I've gone in to
Yes.
Mr. Peter's house, was it? Sorry.
No, Mr. Hollings.
Mr. Hollings, sorry. Gone into Mr. Hollings' house.
Yes.
Through the black door.
See that little thing he did there? He knows exactly what she just said. His job is listening to people, but he said the wrong name. Mr. Peters was it, and she quickly went, no, Mr. Holland. Yeah, that was, yeah. This guy is good. But they say that, John Wedger says that, these people that talk to child abuse, like kids that have gone through this sort of thing or abuse, they're specifically trained in that. But that was a very, Mr. Pete, he's just said the wrong name purposely then to see if she corrected him.
Yes, and then
So
there's this,
what do I go into? What
corridor.
room?
There's a
Into the
corridor.
Tell me about the corridor first of all.
So there's a corridor, and then it's just got like it's just like a little corridor, and there's this little table there, and the shoes there, all his kind of shoes, yes.
We'll stop there. Stop.
Yes.
Sorry, I don't mean to. It's rude of me to
Yes,
interrupt
it's
you. I'm
okay.
sorry. So we've gone into this corridor. You said it's a small corridor.
Yes.
It's a table.
Yes.
With shoes.
Yes.
So tell me about the table. Tell me everything about this table.
This table is it's not like, it does not have stuff on. It doesn't have just like skulls on. It doesn't have that.
No.
It got just like maybe khakis. Maybe it got his jacket on.
Okay.
Maybe it got his bag on. I don't know. Different kind of stuff, personal stuff.
Okay. So this table, what does it look like?
It's just like a normal, like a square table.
So it's square.
Yes.
Because obviously there is, like in here, like someone could describe that as a table, this as a table. So
No,
they're all very different, aren't they? So tell me about, first of all, if you stand up for me,
Yes.
stand up, can you stand up? So how high to you is the table?
Here.
Okay.
Here, somewhere here.
Okay, so it's somewhere there. And
Yes.
then what colour is it?
It's just normal like black color like this. It's normal wood and black.
Wood and black.
Yes,
So it's
it's just
wood and
normal.
black.
Yes.
Okay. So it's up to, so it's a little bit higher than this table. It's wood and black. It's
Yes.
square.
Yes. So it's just like that big, like that. That's the same like this and like this.
Okay. And then right, so that's the top of it,
Yes.
described, and it's square.
Yes.
And then when you go down a bit, what's
Yes,
there?
just under the table, there's shoes there, his shoes there. So
Okay.
like all his different kind of shoes.
So
His
under
shoes,
the table
yes.
keeps his shoes.
Yes.
Okay. And then what about the floor? What's on the floor?
On the floor is just, as I said, it's just got shoes on. And
Okay,
it got a
but
little
what's the
carpet.
floor? Sorry?
It got carpet on the
Carpet.
floor too.
What sort of carpet?
Well, it's not like a carpet. Like it's not like carpet everywhere. There's
Okay.
like when you come in the house and there's just usually a small carpet at the front of the door. Yeah, it got that, and then the rest is just wooden.
What
Wooden,
sort of
just
wood?
brown. Just you see this colored door, just that like that.
So that shows quite a dark brown. Can you just move
Yes.
the camera to the door for a sec? So that's sort of colour brown. So that's colour brown for his floor.
Yes.
So you go down the corridor,
Yes.
and then what rooms are off the corridor?
So where's this corridor? Here's the living room. Here's the kitchen, and then just there's this toilet, and then here's you go up the room, up the
Okay.
stairs.
Okay. So right. So go in.
Yes.
There's a living room.
Yes.
A kitchen.
Yes.
A downstairs toilet.
Yes.
And some stairs that go upstairs.
Yes. Yes.
And have you been in all of those rooms downstairs?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about the living room first of all. What's in
The
there?
living room. They got secret rooms in there.
What does that mean?
They got secret rooms in there.
In the living room?
Yes.
Okay. Well,
They're
tell me
top
about.
secret. Top secret.
Okay. If we talk about the not top secret bits first of all, tell me
Yes.
about the normal bits of the living room.
Yes. It's just like it's bigger than this.
Okay, so it's a room bigger than this.
Yes, it's a big large room, and then you got a table, you got a television, you got a sofa. It's like a normal living room.
Okay.
Yes, and just there's like a half part is a living room, and a half part is a dining room.
Okay.
So it's like mixed rooms. That's why it's big.
Okay. So
Yes.
it's got a living room and a dining room.
Yes,
Yeah? And
in one whole room.
has he got any tables or chairs or
Yes.
sofas or anything
Yes,
like
yes.
that? What's he got?
So you got a television, just a big Samsung,
Samsung. How do you know
Yes.
it's Samsung?
because you can see silver writing Samsung on.
Okay, so he's got Samsung telly, a big
Yes,
one. And does that? Where is that telly?
It's just like a different, like it looks a bit like a table like that, but it's a bit smaller.
And
It's a bit like this size, this height.
And how big is that area thing?
It's the same size, but it's just this height.
So it's as big as this,
Yes.
but smaller. So about
Yes,
this height. Of this.
yes.
But okay.
And it's just the television is down and the sofa's there.
Tell me
There's
about
a
the
table.
sofa. What sort of
So
sofa
it's
you
just
got?
like it's not like a sofa. It's not like a multicolored.
It's
It's just like this, not brown, but it's kind of blackish, really dark brown.
And what sort of size is the sofa?
It's like this, but like if you join that chair to the sofa.
Yeah.
So if it's like that, and you add a chair just here,
So
like it's a join.
So it's longer, is it?
Yes, yes.
And what about? And then okay.
So it's a long sofa, it's like that, like this.
And what shape is it? Sofa.
So it's like this. So you go, it's like that, the sofa, like that.
Okay, like an L shape.
Yeah, it's like that.
Okay.
Yes.
So it's got a bigger sofa than this. It's like a blacky colour.
Yes,
It's in an L
really,
shape.
really dark brown. Like
Okay.
much darker.
And where did he keep the baby skulls?
The baby skulls in his house, yes.
Whereabouts?
So then at the front, where the dining room, there's this big wardrobe,
Yeah.
and he just keeps maybe spare clothes or anything like that. Like
Yeah.
maybe like if there's like maybe plates, bowls, anything like that.
Yeah.
He just keeps it there. But it's not like the wardrobe is just like the skulls right in the wardrobe. You
Yeah.
can see it, like you open the door and you can see it.
Yeah.
It's not like that. It's
No.
top secret in there.
Go on, tell me how to find
Yes.
it.
So then after it's just maybe there's because sometimes he keeps spare clothes, as I said.
Yeah.
So you've got a hanger and you've got just clothes, the coats or anything like that. There. And then after you have to apart the clothes. And there's a little door there, but it's like it looks camouflaged. You
How do
can't
you
really
mean?
see it.
So how would I be able to find it? The door.
So here's the clothes, but you can't see the door because the clothes are at the front of it.
Yeah.
It's all covered like that.
Yeah.
But you have to part the clothes, and after you can, it's like it looks like just like a normal wall,
Yeah.
but it's not a normal wall. It got a little handle there.
Is there?
Yes.
And what does this handle look like? How could I find it?
It's like not like a handle like that, but it's still wooden. It's like a bendy one,
Okay.
like how to say like that.
Okay. And when I open that door, what,
Yes.
what do I
So
find?
then inside, you have to go downstairs, underground.
It goes
so-
underground.
Yes.
And what's in there underground?
So then we go underground, and after there's this little hallway, and on the right there's this door, and then there's this big, enormous secret room.
And what's in the secret room?
In the secret room, there's cupboards everywhere. Looks like everywhere, but then they do sex there too.
How do you know they do sex there?
Because they took me there to do sex.
Who took you there?
My father, Mr. Hollings took me.
So you're who?
My father.
Your father. Sorry. Okay. Do you call him father or papa?
Papa.
Is it papa. So papa's taking you down there. And what did you do there?
So it's just like, so after you do sex there, so
What
they
does
have
sex mean?
So like they have they buy plastic willies.
Right. Okay.
Yes, and then they strap it on, but they make sure it hurt. They want plastic willies. They don't want to use their real willies.
Why not?
Because it just doesn't hurt. They want to make sure it hurts.
Okay. So who's they? So papa and who else?
Mr. Hollings,
Papa and
headmistress.
Okay. So
all the
papa,
teachers.
Mr. Hollings, the headmistress.
Yes, Miss Marden, Mr. Fanoni, Mr. Gorge.
Okay. So who done it when you went to that house? Who was there?
So all the staff.
All the staff.
All the the parents of all the children, they all know about it.
Okay.
They do it.
Okay. And so you've got in there.
Yes.
And who's used the plastic willies?
All of them. All of them.
And where do they keep the plastic willies?
They keep them in the cupboards. They got, as I said, they got cupboards around.
Okay.
So they got like maybe 2 cupboards there and 2 cupboards there. They got cupboards around, all
Okay.
around the room.
Okay. So I want to just make sure I get this absolutely correct. So if
And
I
they
went
got
to the
exits. So if because they know that because they do not trust me and Gabriel.
Yeah.
That because they say that not to tell anyone about
Yes.
this.
Okay.
But they do not trust us.
No.
That's,
Why
no,
not?
because they can see them because they when they tell us not to tell about this anything, they look so curious. It looks like they're not trust. They don't trust us.
Okay. So I just get it right. Mr. Hollings' house.
Yes.
I'll go there. You have to Porsche outside. Then you go to the door.
Yes.
Dark door.
Yes.
You go into a corridor.
Yes.
It's got
yes.
a little carpet by the
Yes.
door. Wooden floor. Very
Yes.
dark like this door.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
On the sides of the you show
Yes.
me
There's
there.
a living room at the front. There's a kitchen, and then
There's a little table.
Yes.
Then you go into the living room.
Yes.
You've got a large sofa.
Yes.
Which is in an L shape.
Yes.
Big Samsung telly
Yes.
on a large black shelf
Yes,
thing
yes.
you described. You said in the dining room
Yes.
area, he's got a wardrobe.
Yes.
Then
And it's all just stuffed in spare clothes,
if
as
you
you said.
all stuff with spare clothes, but if you part it, you
Yes.
find a little door.
Yes, but you can't.
which goes down
You
into
can't
the
really
cellar.
see it because it's kind of camouflaged.
It's camouflage.
Like, yes, it looks a
but
bit.
there's a little wooden handle.
Yes. Yes.
You can open that.
Yes. But
go
they got
down.
exits. The thing is that they got exits there because they can run out the house too.
Right, okay. But you go down into this, it takes you into a basement.
Yes.
And then in there's loads of cupboards.
Yes, loads of cupboards, and I
And
said
in there,
yes.
your dad, Papa, Mr. Hollings, some other members of staff.
Yes.
Have then had sex with you.
Yes.
Using plastic willies.
Yes, and then they touch each other.
Okay.
And as I said, they sell me and my brother for £50 each every single day.
To who?
To any people who any people who would who are like the kind of people who will actually do sex to who can't come to school, who are busy or anything like that, but then they keep me and Gabriel to do sex to whilst they got their equipment.
Yeah.
So
it's crazy because she's such a sweet little girl, really. But when she's saying it, like, and it's like, whatever, she shouldn't even know. I mean, I know that's like such an understated thing to say, but to say things like talking about plastic willies and to say that they use them because it hurts. But again, that tallies up with what John Wedger says. It's not that kind of attraction isn't an attraction like adults fall in. It's not that type of thing. It's a pain thing. It's a control thing. It's a manipulation thing, and a hurt thing that they'd like to know that they're. Yeah, it's crazy that, and she's such a sweet little girl. Like she's saying such little girl things when she said, "It just keep some crows in there." So like it's just, yeah. But I like how this policeman's doing it as well, because this can't be the first time she's been interviewed. Because as well, another thing is her calling him Papa. That's another crazy, because that's another thing John Wedger says. 80% of abuse happens in the home. Not just satanic, but all types of abuse. And it's like, that's why when you see grooming gangs, I'm not going to say grooming gangs aren't a problem. They definitely are. But when the statistic is 80% of child abuse cases, it stems from the household. But the fact that and that's the other thing you hear, like John Wedger and that say, is that the kids still because they're just brought up with it, they still love their dad. Like they love their parents just like any other kid does. They don't, because it's just so normalized, even if they don't like that thing they do. Like Kathy O'Brien said, the disassociating. It's like you can, because still as like again John Wedger said, it's not a monster that grooms a child, obviously, because it wouldn't work. Like they're a nice person on top, so you can the child can still like, because he might buy a presents or whatever, or so they still hold a kind of love for him, which is just crazy. But yeah, also what goes along with that is the fact of how normalized that is. But some of the things that she says is that just to come out of like a kid, just, I mean, like I say, it's such an understatement thing to say, but they just shouldn't know anything of this. Like if a kid says, her age says something about plastic willies, whether it's satanic or not, there's something going on with that kid, because that kid should not be talking like that. Like my family, my whole life, I've been an uncle since I was 6. And now I'm a great uncle to like kids. So I've been around kids. Kids don't say shit like that unless there's something gone wrong. Do you know what I mean? Unless there's that influence in the household, really. Because where else are they going to learn it? Like, for example, my great niece, she swears like anything because that's what she's picked up. But like, you can see where she's got it from. Do you know what I mean? But it goes the same thing with this. obviously it's not the same thing. It's completely different. But when they're talking about where have they picked that up from? Kids just pick things up from places. And the other thing as well, how she's gone into so much more detail. That's another thing people don't understand, even just arguing around kids, and talking around kids like in an adult, not like sexual adult, but just adult conversation stuff you wouldn't tell your kid. But kids hear everything. Kids hear everything. And they pick everything up. They're just sponges at that age. Literally, they just take everything in, and to the point where they'll tell you something and you'll go, wow, you was paying attention, because you think, oh, they're just a kid, they ain't paying attention, they ain't listening. They are. They are listening. Who else have they got to learn how to be a person from other than you and the immediate family? But yeah, when she starts saying things like that, it's so brutal. And it's so sad, because I'll say she's such a sweet little girl. Like, to think of that, to like hurt, like how someone gets round to like hurting or doing anything else like that. It's just, I just think you should just be killed. If you get caught doing something like that, you should, I agree with bringing back capital punishment for that. This is what value are you in the world if you would do that to a child, to something that's just innocent? Like, why would you want to ruin that? Like, I think if there was ever a crime that you kill people for, is that. Ain't no healing it either. Because like she said, there's a thing there. Because I know in America they sterilize them, like, so they can't, their bits don't work. But that doesn't matter. Like she just said, they use plastic things. That's the thing. The sterilizing thing doesn't stop the brain. It just stops the thing standing up. Like it, but the brain and that sickness is still there. That perversion. So it just becomes objects, and like what she said. But yeah, it's part 2. But yeah, that's the reaction. Sweet.
Actually do sex to like who can't come to school if are busy or anything like that, but then they keep me and Gabriel to do sex to whilst they got their equipment. So they got the plastic willies, and then they do it, and then after, like, maybe for 2 hours, maybe 1 hour, during school hours.
Okay, so
I'm not sure, because like I say, I kind of have a little idea. I've heard of this, but not like, well, like I say, it has all been covered up. But I don't know if this is the one or it's a different one. There's a case as well in the UK where the woman, it might be this one, because the mum and dad's actually split up. They're not together. But the kids was with the mum, and they were like an aristocratic family, like a high up level family. And the way the mum kept her position and all of that was by basically pimping out her kids, really, in the bluntest way of saying it, but that's what she was doing. Like, and she was doing it to keep that level of living. But I don't know whether that's this one or not. Like I say, I kind of do know a bit of this, but not great deal. Let's go.
What is sex?
Yes.
We haven't said what sex is. What is it?
So like sex, so they touch each other on a private, and as I said, they well, I didn't tell you about this, but they got this big plastic stick.
Right.
Yes, not plastic, but wooden.
Yeah.
Yes, and then they put it between our legs and they hit it right between us, but like in between our legs.
So they hit you with a wooden stick
Yes.
between your legs.
Yes.
And what's that? Is that sex? Is it?
No. But
What's
that's how
sex?
they hurt us. But the real sex is like they get plastic willies. They stick it in our bum. That's what kind of sex they do.
And what is your bum?
So they stick in a plastic willy in our bum, where the poo comes out.
Okay, so they put a plastic willy in the bum where the poo comes
Yes.
out. Okay.
Yes.
And anywhere else?
Yes, in our front private.
Okay.
And then they
you say our front private. Who are you talking
yes,
about?
no. So because if we say it hurts or if we cry or make a sound, they'll give us spoon licks. So they'll get a spoon.
Spoon licks?
Yes.
What does that mean?
So they get spoons and then they hit us on the head.
Okay.
That's when whenever we come back to our mom, she always says, she doesn't say, but that's why we always got bumps on our heads.
Okay.
But she doesn't say, why do you have bumps on your head? She doesn't say that.
Do you know how to get to Mr. Holling's house, do you?
Me from our school.
From your school, do you?
A bit. I know some of the way.
Where could if we took you where would you be able to find where his house is?
So I don't remember. There's like the number of his actual house.
But could you say we drove near it? Could you
Yes.
say, yeah, it's that one? Could you
Yes,
do that?
I can spot it because I know because he always no matter what, he always parks his Porsche at the front.
Okay.
Always. I know, or like his car looks like I know
Do
actually.
you know what street it's in? What the name of the street is, or where?
No, I don't remember, but I know it's Highgate. It's Highgate.
So if we went to Highgate,
Yes.
would you be able to find the house?
Yes,
How
if we
would you-
drove around Highgate,
Yeah.
drove around, and if I spot if I spot the house because I know how the house
But
looks
obviously,
like.
there's maybe 1,000 houses in Highgate.
Yes,
So how
a
would
lot.
how would you know where to go?
No,
How would you
because
know
we-
to
because-
say, oh, turn left down this street?
No,
How
but
would you
that's
know?
because when me and my Abraham, my mom's friend, and my mom and Gabriel, we go to this our friend's house called Gary.
Yeah.
Yes, and then you go through Highgate. He lives near Highgate, so when you go through Highgate, just at the bottom of Highgate, he lives there. So then when we go through, I can also when you go through on the left. You can that's the road where I remember. That's around there. That's where his house is.
So if we went to Gary's house, you'd be able to tell me from there, would you?
Yeah. But my mum and Abraham knows how to go to Gary's house.
Okay.
So when we're on the way,
Yeah.
I know. Yes.
Again, I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure this Abraham guy is the reason this. He's the one. I'm pretty yeah. I don't know though. See, like little bits as she's talking, I like twigging things in my head of. I'm pretty sure this Abraham guy was when he came on the scene. I don't think he was like everybody else, and basically is the reason why it all came out and all kind of ended for him.
And has
Could be
anything
wrong.
ever happened at your dad's house?
Yes.
What?
My father lives at Angel Road,
Oh, okay.
but it's like on the corner, right on the
Okay.
corner.
What happened there?
And so they got the same like Mr. Hollings.
What?
A
Say
bit
what?
a bit the same house, a bit the same. In this the same looks this like I said the wardrobe, that
Okay.
kind of stuff. That's the same. So they got this stairs downstairs. Yes.
Okay.
because-
So if I went to your dad's house,
Yes.
get to your dad's house, what
Yes.
colour's door's his?
Yeah, his one is kind of lightish brown.
So it's got a lightish brown door.
Yes.
So go in there.
Yes.
Where's this wardrobe?
In the living room, as I said,
So-
a bit like Mr. Hollings.
So go to the living room. And what does this wardrobe look like?
It's not like Mr. Hollings's, but similar. It's long.
Okay, so go to the wardrobe.
Yes.
And how do I get through the secret door? How do I get into the secret door?
Yeah, they got keys. They got keys to the door because Mr. Morris, my father, Papa.
How could I tell there's a door there? So I go to the wardrobe.
Yes.
How would I know that it's not just the back of a wardrobe and it's a door? How could I tell? What's different about it?
There's no difference. There's no difference.
Where'd you put the key then? don't know.
No. There's no key to go in the
Yeah.
wardrobe.
Yeah.
There's no key.
Right, sorry.
But when you go down the stairs into the secret room,
Right.
underground, they got the room in there. They got the keys to it.
Okay.
Mr. Morris, Papa, Mrs. Forsyth, Mr. Hollings, they got like big bunches of keys. Big.
So how do I get? So I open the wardrobe. What's in the wardrobe?
So it's just stuffed in with clothes, like
It's stuffed
spare
in with
clothes.
So I
Yes.
get all the clothes out of the way.
Yes.
Then what do I find?
And then after you find it's just, it looks like just like a normal wardrobe
Yeah.
wall because it's camouflaged and it makes sure you can't see it.
Yes. So
But
how do
actually
I
there
find
is
the
a door.
door?
Because it's just right in the middle. So here's
Okay.
here's like the this is the wardrobe.
Would I be able to see
So
like
just-
the gap or not?
No, it's like camouflage. So like imagine this was like red, and then like imagine this was
Yeah.
like this is the same color.
Would I be able to move the wardrobe out of the way and find a hole in the wall? Would I or not?
No. That's
Why not?
no, because you have to. The door is attached to the wall,
Right.
and it got stairs going down.
So if I move the wardrobe,
Yes.
would I see the door?
Yes,
Okay.
but then if
So is
some
that the best thing to do then? Is it?
yes, sometimes yes, but sometimes when they go in the wardrobe and they go downstairs, they close behind the door, and then they got this another like it looks like another brick wall. It looks like a brick wall door, and then they close it behind too.
Right. So
It looks like a double door.
let me just make sure I'm clear. So go to your dad's house.
Yes.
Wardrobe's there.
Yes.
I'll move the wardrobe out of the way.
Yes.
There's a door.
Yes.
I go down the stairs.
Yes.
And then what do I see down the stairs?
Downstairs, you go down, and as I said, they got a little corridor, a little hallway.
Yeah.
So then there's a little hallway, and then on the right, just here,
Yeah.
there's just a little another, just a tiny corridor. So maybe like from there, from here
Yeah.
to here, and then there's this door. Just
Okay.
here, and then that's where the secret room is. They got special keys though. As I said, they got big bunches of keys.
Got it. Understood.
They got loads. Like,
Okay.
look,
So
if you go to Mr. Morris,
yeah.
in our school, like, if you wait till our school, so today's Friday,
Yes.
so wait till Monday or Tuesday.
Yeah.
Go to our school, catch Mr. Morris.
Yeah.
He's a big, tall guy.
Okay.
I'll catch the whole school, catch all the staff there.
What children? You told us one child to speak to. What other children do you
Lily
think we should
Carroll,
speak to?
Sophie Hurlicker,
Sophie
Jack
Hurlicker.
Jones, Ella Darby, Mia Gavish, loads of other children, loads.
Okay.
But me and Gabriel
Are any of these your friends out of school?
Sorry?
Are any of these friends of yours out of school?
No, but Millie Carroll, she left school
Why?
because she doesn't like it. She
Where's
doesn't
she
like
gone
the
now?
sex. She went in Salisbury's.
Salisbury.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, but
Lovely.
still, because when she went to Salisbury, she thought that was the school it won't do because
Okay.
other schools do it. So Hampstead Parochial do it. St. Luke's does it. All the Hampstead schools do it. The area.
Really?
New End.
Okay.
This you know the school with this tree. The school with this tree.
I don't, but we'll find out.
No, that
They really messed up with doing things with this girl. She is incredibly switched on. The way she's anything he says, she's like the names that was crazy. How she was just throwing their names out like, yeah, she is so switched on, and you see why. Like the Jimmy Savile Ninth Circle. I might react to it, but that was the I couldn't watch the whole documentary, but I might do a reaction to it and do it in stages. But it's brutal. But they talk about using like, well, normally it's like kids that go into care, so they can be, and as soon like especially back in the day, they used to get written off as being kind of crazy straight away, and then anything the kid says, you can just say, "Oh, they're nuts." But then you see in the Ninth Circle thing that Jimmy Savile and his crew, they were like doing it with Down syndrome kids and things like that, because obviously it's like it's people, especially back then, they're just not going to take it as if anyone's going to take them seriously. But to do it to a girl like this, who is insanely switched on and insanely smart, like there's still like, I think but you do get that with abuse. There is a, I don't know how old she is though, because she looks like, she does look quite tall, so she could be like 10, 11, but she might be, because she does seem younger how she talks. And it probably makes sense if this abuse was going on in the school, that not actually a great deal of schoolwork was going on. So she's, but other than like she had, like she kind of, I don't know, if she's like 7, say, it kind of, you can make more sense of that. So I don't quite know how old she is, but yeah, she is like just everything. She's so sharp with what she's saying and the details she's going into. Because as well, if you've, like I say, I grew up around kids, and think details like saying there's a little corridor, kids just wouldn't say that. It like they just wouldn't think to say it, like they wouldn't even. But yeah, the fact that she does, she knows like she's, yeah. And it kind of goes to what Kathy O'Brien was saying as well, how trauma people have an amazing memory. I think all of this stuff that is normally these people use on kids and people has really backfired on her, because her trauma is definitely, she has got a photographic memory of everything. Yeah. And probably when them people, she said, didn't she, that they didn't trust us. And it's probably because of that, that them, I don't know about her brother, but she especially is like smart as a whip, really. Yeah. But yeah, let's carry on.
That school, and then there's this school, it's between houses.
Okay.
And then there's this, like, between houses there is, yeah. And you know, there's in our neighbours, on our road, 5 Patterson Road, up there, his old house, and just go up, and just there's this, we've got a neighbour, she's Russian, and she's in it.
Your neighbour, how do you know she's in it?
Because she comes to school because she got 2 sons.
Yeah.
One just a tiny baby. It's Russian though. His name is Misha.
Misha.
Yes, and the other one is called
What's
Sasha.
his real name? Sasha. So Alexander, is it?
Yes. Yes. His real name is Sasha, but they call him Alexander.
Well, Alexander's his real name,
yes,
isn't
yes.
it? Yeah. Okay.
Yes. So then that family.
Do you know what we're giving the kids, because she said, my name's this, but I'm called this. This is something John Wedger as well has noticed in our country, that these people that are in this devil worshipping cult, there's a double name. There's always a double name or multiple names. Now, I know back in the day that was quite common here. Like you hear pretty much every old person had 2 names. But yeah, it goes to the people that, the families that grew up in this, like she said, she's meant to carry this on, and when she gets older, do this to her kids and all be involved in this thing. Yeah, let's carry on.
They do it. They have I don't know what the school is called, but it's just, do you know Tesco next to this parish church?
Yes.
Yes, there's Tesco, and then just like when you go there, there's this station, and you just go down, and then you can see the post office there, and you go straight down, and it's on the right. You can see this little road, and then you go there, and after there, and after there's the school. You know the school between there. Yes, that school. That's where they go. That's the school, paedophile school.
Paedophile school. Okay. We'll have a little break. It's all right. I mean, me and Claire just have a quick chat, just see if there's anything else we're going to cover, because I know it's late and I don't want you getting too tired because it's been a long day for you.
I'm not really tired anyway.
Really? You've done very well.
I'm full with food in my tummy.
Yeah, what did you have?
I went to the Indian cafe.
Oh, did you?
Yes,
What did you
I
have?
had samosa, had rice, I had some salad.
Yeah.
I had some rice. It's like rice bread
Yeah.
with like mango chutney.
Oh, right.
Yes, I had that, but I'm just so full.
I bet it's I bet you are.
I had this enormous plate like that.
It does make it all the more heartbreaking how she talks about something like this, just the same as she'll talk about anything else. But it also shows you the resilience of children. Children are something else. Like, again, I'll say with my niece, they was in a car crash. My sister was in a bad car crash. All the kids was there. My niece, she had her face smashed to bits and had to have her face, like, she still, it happened years ago, and she still, I think she went for her last one recently, and that was like when she was 7. She's 25 now, like, but she's still dealing with it. But you think that she'd have a phobia of cars and nothing. Kids just bounce back from things, then they just deal with things. She had all her mouth wired up for ages, and and just, yeah, she just got on with it, like the resilience of kids. But it does make it all the more tragic that she just doesn't differentiate that abuse from anything else. She just talks about it.
Okay. Okay, we'll just have a couple of minutes. You just wait here for us, is that all right?
She looks sad. But she's thinking, wonder where the camera is.
Right, what we'll do, because I think it sounds like you've got loads and loads to tell us, doesn't it?
Yes.
I think it's best if maybe we talk a couple of different times, because I want to try and remember, because you told me so much already.
Tomorrow.
Well, what I'll do, I'll speak to your mum and see what she thinks is best, because obviously mums know best, don't they? Yeah, so we'll ask her and we'll speak to her about what she thinks is best and where we'll go from there, okay?
It's crazy as well that when she looks like she's, but then even like grown, I've seen grown men that was abused when they was younger, and the talking, the podcasting thing, like I've seen so many victims of this thing go on podcasts and saying that someone just listening to them and is the best thing, they like, not questioning, like not just listening to them. And you saw that when he left and she was on her own again, like she just, like that slump. I mean, she could be tired, but that did look like sad. Like it, she looked sad, and she almost looked like she don't want to go and be on her own, and go and lie in bed on her own. And do you know what I mean? I think she's quite like happy to be talking rather than not.
And then we'll sort of decide a plan of action. What I might ask to do is, if I showed you on a computer what we think is your dad's house,
Yes.
can you tell me yes or no if it's your dad's
Yes.
house?
If you think that's my dad's house.
We've got one where we think we've got to show our dad's house,
Yes.
and then you tell us yes it is or no it
Yes,
isn't.
yes.
Can we do that?
Yes.
Yeah, we'll do that.
So if you want.
Okay, then we'll do. We'll call it to a close, and it's 23:24 because it's really late. So what I do all I speak to. Well, I do speak to adults sometimes, but most of the time I speak to children.
Because they're involved.
Go on. What do you mean?
Like, so like that they know what everything is. The parents didn't know everything. Maybe the children didn't say maybe something. maybe there's one thing that children didn't say to their parents.
Yeah, that's sometimes why. And sometimes we talk.
She's
the
a
reason we
clued
talk
up little
about it
girl.
sometimes, because say you're embarrassed or scared to tell your mum.
About one thing.
Yeah, so if she's here and you think, oh, I don't want my mum to know, or I'm scared for her to know, she won't know because she won't be here, will she? So then we can discuss it about whether we need to tell them or how we're going to tell them if that's what you want. So it's a chance for you to talk about things without them there, really. So that's what it is. And also, sometimes you want to tell me something and you don't want to upset your mum. So it's easier. That's one of the reasons why they're not here. And so that's right, yeah. The other chap who I pointed out, can you remember his name? No, Carl. His name is Carl.
Carl.
Carl. K-A-R-L.
Carl.
Carl, yeah.
Carl.
Carl, yeah, Carl.
It seems like without an R.
Yeah, I think it's my accent rather than. I think you said it right and I said it. Carl, yeah. He's the controller for this interview, and his job.
So he's on a computer.
Exactly, watching what we're doing and listening to what we're saying.
Yeah, it's because you've got a speaker system.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. And today's date is the 11th of September, and it's 18:15, which means it's 6:15 in the evening. Okay. And before we go on, I just wonder if you can tell us your full name and your date of birth.
I don't understand.
What's your first name?
Elisa.
Elisa. Then your middle name was Grace, is that right? And then you've got a surname, haven't you?
Graver Demon.
Graver Demon. And when was you born?
2005.
Yeah.
April 24th.
April 24th, 2005. Okay. And when we're talking, there's going to be some rules. And I know we discussed them when we went to Barnet.
Yes.
But I just want to check your memory just to make sure they're okay. And I'll do that just by repeating them and just discussing about truth and lies, okay? First of all, I wasn't there, so I need you to explain as much detail, everything that you can, okay?
All about what's happening, like all what my father's doing to us.
Yes, or whatever it is that you need to tell me, okay? If there's something that you don't understand that I ask you, just let me know, okay? And I don't want you to guess anything that we talk about. So if you don't know the answer, just tell me, okay? Or if you don't understand anything, you let me know.
Yeah, see, that's what I was saying about in the last one, where, like, over the years, police have kind of coerced statements out of kids by pulling faces, but now they're specifically trained to handle children and how children react to such a high pressure situation as talking to the police in the interrogation. They know how to talk so they're not leading the kid and saying something like that. If you don't know, just say you don't know. You're not in trouble because you don't know. But yeah, this guy is great, I have to say. And the fact that he could sit, I mean, God bless these people that do this type of work, because to just sit and have no reaction, because you can't sit there and break down crying, and you just got to take it as, yeah, shout out to them police officers. I don't think I could do that. I definitely couldn't.
And that's because everything we talked about must be the truth, okay? And we discussed it. Do you remember we did a little example, didn't we? Do you remember what it was?
No.
About truth and lies.
I don't remember.
Okay, when with the paper and asked if I was telling the truth or a lie, do you remember?
I think yeah. You draw this smiley face.
Yeah.
And after you, like, if you said that you asked Cleo who drew that.
Yeah.
And no, if she asked you who drawn that and you said that you don't know, that's a lie. And if she asked you who drew that, and you said it was me, I drew it. Sorry, and then that's
That's
true.
it. So again, here we need to tell the truth, okay? And I can't sort of say that enough. Really, it's got to be the truth. So just remind me. I know you gave a very good reason why people lie sometimes before. What, can you tell me what that is? Why do sometimes people lie?
Maybe they don't want you to know. Maybe they don't want you to know about that. Maybe a thing.
Yeah.
Like they maybe lie. I don't know. Like.
Okay.
So they don't want you to know maybe. So they don't want you to know anything that they don't want you to know a thing about them or something. Yeah. So if a person asks like, "What did you do today?" or whatever, and then they say, "I just stayed at home doing, I just stayed at home sleeping, but actually went out."
Yeah.
Or doing I don't know.
Okay. All right. Well, I just want to have a quick chat just so because I spoke to your brother before you, and he went out of break, and he was waiting in the other room as well, and he was watching the telly. So that's why it's still on that children's channel, I think, because he was watching it before you. He mentioned sometimes you watch telly at the tennis club as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, is that right?
Yes.
What telly do they have at the tennis club?
Samsung.
A Samsung telly. Yeah. Okay. What I'd like to talk about today is just I know we spoke a bit about your school, some of the rooms in the school, and the church as well.
Yes.
What I'd like to do today is just talk a bit more about the church, if that's okay.
Yeah.
And ask you what you can tell me about this church.
Yes, and we dance in the church with the baby skulls on.
Do you? So
yes.
Where is this church?
It's just like our school is just here, and then there's just this little path you go out of. Like this is little. So here's the school, and here's the exit door, and then there's just a little path, and then here's the parking space, and then next to the parking space there's this big church.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where it is.
Okay, so when you get into the church, tell me what it looks like.
Well, there's a little pathway inside the church, so you have to go you go in the church and then you go up the stairs again, and you go, and then there's this little path again, and then you go up the stairs, and there's another path going into the church, and then there's this big hall with the seats. There's the church rows. Yeah. Well, where the seats are all in rows, and after this big carpet. It's like two little stairs and big space.
Yeah, she's I wouldn't mind seeing her brother's ones as well to see what he said. But if he's anything like her, she was like, you can't help but think that she was sent from God to be put in.
I mean, I'm not going to, judge. No, I'm not going to. What's the word? Condemn him or anything, off this. But he said, "I wouldn't mind seeing." I mean, that could just be a turn of phrase that people use in, unfortunate colloquial. But I wouldn't mind seeing people say that, don't they? In a way that I can imagine that in a situation where it doesn't really mean I wouldn't mind seeing, but to say it like that, he doesn't. Does he realise how insensitive he is, or how? Just unlogical. What's the point of what would ever be the point of not? I mean, what's his motive? I mean, he wants to share this to the public for good reason. I mean, it's just that he needs to address that really at some point, and we'll get him to respond. To elaborate. I mean, he's obviously traumatized now. He's been watching it for this much time, so I can understand. But at this point, he should know that these are the alleged retraction interviews. I believe this. Yeah, I think this is the forced retraction interview. He seems to have got a good copy of it though, zoomed in and the denoised, which I did to that other one. I had to extend. I multiplied the volume by 400 and denoised it with a denoising thing from some background noise that was in it. But yeah, so yeah, It's what it is. But yeah, it's good to know there's people that are doing this quite not so diligently as could be. So no, it's not about a different opinion. He said he wouldn't mind seeing the boys' interview. Not he hasn't seen the boys. He said he wouldn't mind. That was my point. It wasn't about an opinion. It was about an attitude towards an attitude, as in like a character sort of presentation towards what he's witnessing.
In that position to expose it, because she is just like she's like a recorder, to be honest. That is what she is like, and she just is. Yeah, she's so quick. But I do think that's such a telling thing for her to say. Why would you lie? You'd think a kid's I mean, my instinct I'd say, if so you don't get in trouble for something, but to say because you don't want someone to know something, that's such a revealing thing. And even the psychology of thinking of that type of lie, it's just crazy. But yeah, that's this part. Sweet. Oh, right. Yeah. Part 4, I think we're on now. I see someone said in the comments that they saw this year, like I guess when it happened. Whereas I got like erased from the internet. You couldn't get it anymore. But yeah, maybe at some point they're take mine down. But yeah, it was proper covered up. It's like John Wedger says, any mention of satanic anything to do with cases gets instantly pulled out of the press and everything. But yeah, anyway, let's go.
Rows.
Yeah.
Well, where the seats are all in rows, and after this big like carpet. Like it's like two little stairs and big space.
Yeah.
At the front, and then that's where they dance with the skulls on.
Okay, where do they dance?
On that like kind of carpet floor.
Okay, and so how do they do it? Is there nothing there on this carpet floor?
No, really, there's just this little table. It's not actually little. It's a table with 2 big candles on.
Okay, and is that the whole of the church? Are there any other rooms or anything like that?
Yeah, there's a nursery inside the church. There's a nursery.
Oh, is there? There's a nursery.
Yes,
oh,
yes.
Okay.
There's
And
a nursery
anything else?
just at the end. Yes, so there's a nursery and there's this little room. There's a little room in the church though.
Okay, so, what's in that little room?
Yes, they keep the skulls there.
Okay.
Yes, but it's not like so secret, but still they got the keys to the church because they're like Mrs. Forster, the headmistress. She's in charge of the whole church.
Right.
And Father Paul, who's the priest.
Okay, so you go into the church and you say there's all the chairs.
Yes.
You walk down.
Yes.
There's a couple of steps which carpet but not carpet. Yes. And then there's a table on the top, and that's where they dance.
Yes, they're not on the table, but the rest is all big space.
Okay. And then you said there's a room that keeps some skulls in.
Yes.
And there's a nursery.
And then they keep yes, there's a nursery too.
What's the nursery? Do you call the nursery anything else?
No, I don't know, but we just call it a nursery really.
Okay, so you go into the nursery.
Yes.
And what's in the nursery?
So in the nursery says we do ACE. So ACE is kind of a club where you act, sing, dance, or like that kind of club in this nursery. Yes, but then sometimes the nursery does not work.
Right.
Sometimes maybe like one day it doesn't work and then the other day it doesn't. It does work, but there's a little spare room there. So it's a small room. A small room is just like where the seats, well, not seats, the wooden seats.
Should we draw it? Would that be easier for you?
Yes.
Do you think? Okay, should we draw it? Do you want me to move the table? Are you right sitting like that?
So
Yeah. You sure?
So it's like
So we'll
when
draw the
you-
church.
So when you walk in here, there's just this like seats here.
Yeah.
All at the back here, and then there's this little path.
Yeah.
Where you walk through.
Lovely.
And then after, just on the side here, all around here, that's where like all this side is all nursery. When you come in, there's this big room where we do the club.
What?
The club.
Oh, Ace.
Yes.
So
yes.
where's Ace?
Ace is just here in a big house. It's like a big room.
And how do you get into that room?
Yes, this is a big door. You just go in.
Okay.
You got a lock.
Okay, so you go into this room.
Yes.
And what's in this room?
Yeah, in this room, it does not have skulls in or anything like this.
No, what's in there then?
But it's just like it's a nursery room in there.
Right, so you go in the nursery room.
Yes.
So, right, should we draw the nursery then, shall we?
Yeah.
So there's the nursery.
So it's just like tables, and then that's where they wash their hands. Here's the pegs where the cloakroom.
Yeah.
And after it's just like this big space all around.
Okay.
And then there's a little door going into the toy room. So where all the toys are kept.
Okay.
For the children to play
What's
with.
in the toys room?
Yeah, so it's just toys around there, but then after they keep cupboards. But then the headmistress, she tells the nursery, so that to the nursery that those cupboards, that if they can keep them, but like not look into them or like use them.
And they're in the toy room?
Yes.
Okay.
And then after.
What's in those cupboards?
In those cupboards, they got the big white bowl where they where the blood drips in.
Okay.
Yes, and then they got the cleaver. This big Chinese one that's like that big knife. Yeah, they keep that to cut the baby's head off too.
Okay.
And then so you know where the church room is? Just there. This is another nursery room, but they barely use it. They never go in there.
Okay. Is there anything in there?
Yes.
What?
It's like a little room. It's like as big as this room. There's another door going into a kitchen.
Okay.
Yes, they keep it like a nursery kitchen, but they don't use it.
So through that door, there's a nursery, there's a room.
Yes,
it's an old nursery and a kitchen.
Yes.
But they don't use it.
Yes, there's a door. This is like how big it is. Yeah. It seemed like that big, and then there's just here. There's this little door, and not little. It's a door, a normal sized door. And when you go in, there's just a big kitchen, and then you've got just a big silver fridge.
Okay.
They keep like leftover of the baby meat there.
Oh, okay.
Yes, and they keep the white bowl. Sometimes if there's any blood left over, so because my dad, whenever he eats maybe sometimes he eats 2 times a day, like baby 2 times a day.
Baby 2. Okay.
Yeah, sometimes like that. If he feels like eating more baby.
This is the thing as well with sacrificing and things like that, is that it's only the modern, it's Jesus that stopped it, because Jesus sacrificed himself. It's like Christianity is the first religion where you didn't sacrifice something to the God because Jesus sacrificed himself. That's why, you don't. But you have the wine and the bread to commemorate Jesus's sacrifice. But yeah, what she's saying with the ritual thing, I was even watching a gangster where he was saying he thinks his family, because they were Celtic, he was like some Manchester gangster, but he was Celtic, and obviously the Celtic was everybody's. That's the thing. Everyone sacrificed things. Everybody is like it is only of recent. It's in less of human history. Sacrificing hasn't been a major part of all civilization. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, this gangster was saying he thinks his family were doing rituals, which probably everyone does. He's like, because him and his brothers got taken into care. I think there was like 5, 6 of them, something like that. But they all got separated all around the UK when they were like young. He's like, but they all met up again in prison. Now you can say that they had the same life in terms of going to care, but they didn't. Some of them had good parents that they were adopted out to, and do you know what I mean? They didn't all have rough life like this one mate he did, but they all ended up in prison. He thinks, oh, he wonders if that's a generational curse of sacrificing things that his family done years and years ago, like ancient times, sacrificing something that has carried the curse through the family. Which, yeah, that's another interesting thing. That's what it doesn't have to be satanic, and because I know people's initial instinct to this kind of thing is to just say it's not true, but if you actually think about it, it is the modern. Like I say, it was Jesus. It was Jesus that stopped sacrificing. Whether you believe it in it or not, that was the effect that Jesus's dying on the cross had. It stopped you sacrificing people or animals or whatever to some god. But yeah, that's just another interesting thing of this whole ritual sacrifice. Everybody done it. Like it was just that was the norm.
Because we have one big piece, like that big piece of baby every day.
Right. Okay. So let me just get straight. So you go into the church.
Yes.
Then describe this some stairs, carpet area with the table.
Here's
Then
the carpet area. It's all around there, but it's like much bigger space all around here.
Okay. Then there's one room that is a nursery with a kitchen in it, which you can. Do you get into it from this room? Do you?
Yes. So
Okay.
it's just here where the seats are, and then there's the big the big carpet.
Okay.
Just next to that. It's just
Okay. So then there's that room, and you say you don't really use that room.
No, they don't use it really.
For anything?
No.
No?
They barely use it. They just use it really like if the nursery child, if the child didn't bring it the packed lunch in.
Oh, okay.
They sometimes have like food that which they give like porridge or something like that.
Okay. So in the other room is nursery, which they use.
Yes.
And then you go into a toy room.
Yes, it's just like.
And there's some cupboards where they keep a bowl and a cleaver.
Yes.
Are there any other doors or anything in this toy room?
No, but there's another room when you go in church. So like I'll draw. Can I use the other paper to draw?
You
like,
use what you wish.
Because so when you go in the church, it's like you're outside, and then there's this little gate, and this little passageway just here, and then there's another the entrance to the church.
Yeah.
Yes, so then you go straight and to the stair, then like that, and then the stairs just here.
Yeah.
Going up, and after you go that way, and after there's like maybe like 2 stairs there, and after there's this other door just here.
Right.
And after there's the hallway going into the church, all around the church is just that. So this is like where the whole church part is. Then there's this other room here. Yeah. All like this is like the entrance. Right. And then after there's this other room where the priest he's like his things are in there.
Right.
Yes, but then after where the big carpet
how do you know
place,
that?
because we go there. We do sex there.
Oh, okay.
Yes, so then where this big carpet space, there's another door leading into there too.
Right, okay. So you're outside here, are you?
Yes.
So you're outside.
I haven't got my doing really well. I'm so sorry. I'm late. We'll go into the evidence in a minute. Hopefully the numbers will build up. I'm just going to put Gary Waterman, the former UK Police Constable, since 2000. It's absolutely unreal what I've uncovered in all of this. And just to let you know, what the governments have been doing, have been forging company registrations and incorporation documents to create criminal entity companies. It's all going back into the Vatican, linking in with the prophecy of the popes and all sorts of stuff. 3i Atlas Comet. This has allowed the laundering of money through into any sinister agenda that they may have. It allows the laundering of money in relation to international conflicts, terrorism, crimes against children, drug trafficking, pretty much all of the world's problems. And this is all deliberate, linking in with the falsified prophecies. Okay, this is why it's all connected into the Vatican. It's been done deliberately to lead us into a prophetic conclusion in all of this. Okay, and for whatever reason, I'm right in the centre of this, and you will see from some of the evidence I'm going to show you tonight or speak about tonight. You will see why, or you can verify this. Okay, for whatever reason, I'm right in the middle, and I'm going to show you some of that evidence again later. Please, if you've got a secondary device as I'm talking tonight, just log on and just check some of the things I'm telling you to verify that everything I'm telling you is true. Okay, everything I'm telling you is absolutely true. It's all being documented. It's all going to be verifiable for everybody when they get the document with this latest evidence in.
And I think we really are coming to a point where they are seriously worried, and you're going to see the information I'm going to give at the beginning is really sort of emphasising that. So hopefully the numbers go up a little. I'm just going to get my screenshots ready. My hands are a little bit cold, so you'll have to bear with me. And there's quite a few different subjects that I've been researching that I'm going to be talking about tonight. And I'll start with the most important one, really, which is in relation to the new COVID variant that's now being advertised on articles and why this is so critical. Just before I go into that, was there anything else I needed to say? For anyone that doesn't know me, I resigned from the police voluntarily in 2018, and my investigations began in a company called Exwell Manor Freehold Limited, where I was a director. And from 2022, I wanted to look at the bank documents, and it basically escalated and snowballed from there. So obviously that's quite a while ago now, 4 years ago. I've got well over 40 reference police reports now that are being completely ignored. They're all referenced, all being documented. All MPs are ignoring all emails now. Okay, this is absolutely 100% the key to all of the world's problems. And I think I'm going to be somebody very, very significant in this to try and turn this around with this evidence. So I'm just going to just speaking to these people that are involved in this, because hopefully some of them will be listening, and there's only 64 people on here. I might just show my face a little bit to get a few numbers, but the reason I don't want to look at the screen too much is because the evidence is suggesting they are, or had been, potentially planning on blinding a vast amount of the world to fit the falsified prophecies of trapping the conscience in a body that we can't control, okay, to seek death but not be able to find it, linking in with the prophecies. And I think the plan was, it could be that I'm averting it completely, or it could be that this was a whole elaborate set of evidence set up for me, and it looks like it was set up specifically for me to find it, because nobody else seems to be finding all of the connections to all of the dots and producing the evidence and submitting the police reports, and then also monitoring the, it's not just the evidence that's telling me all of this, it's what's happening as I'm releasing the evidence, which you're going to be seeing in a minute. There's some examples, and it's also what's not happening as the evidence is being released as well, and companies being dissolved, people being moved around, etc., which is supporting everything I'm saying is absolutely right in what I'm saying. On the very, very foundation ground level of this, as a basic level of understanding, we absolutely have been living under a criminal system, everybody, okay? And the whole system you are living under has been set up around this. All of the organisations, okay, intelligence agencies, the police, the international conflicts are all set up around this. The councils, MPs, prime ministers, presidents, all around the world. This is international fraud. Linking in with the blood of the children seems to be the really significant part of this, and you're going to be listening to some evidence later about how the latest moon expedition links to the blood of the children significantly, and I suspect they're not actually happening. I suspect they're not going into space. Now, I know many people have been saying that anyway, but I'm going to show you some evidence to support why it is linking in with everything I'm talking about. And of course, these potentially fake space expeditions gives them the ability to launder money through those expeditions in through the real issue, which is the blood of the children, the organ harvesting, and how this links in with the Vatican and the falsified prophecies in all of this. This is what this is all about, everybody. And this is why the Jeffrey Epstein files, they are hiding the true scale of what's really going on here. And we're going to be touching on a lot of things, including the vaccines, as I said, the rockets, how that ties into the horse blood trade, believe it or not. We're going to be talking about the international drug trade this evening, more evidence on how that fits and how that links back directly to me personally, not with me being involved in the drug trafficking, but how it ties back to me and my potential importance in all of this. So hopefully the numbers go up a little bit as we go on this evening and talk about this. But I'm going to prioritise the most important subject, which is the COVID variant that they're now trying to say is spreading around the world. So I'm just going to read you some of the documents. I might not be looking at the screen continuously, because as I've said, what I think all of the evidence suggests what they've been doing is using the cell tower technology to cause illnesses, to get people to go into the medical industry, to then take the blood from those people and to harvest it from them, and also organ harvesting. And the information, as I've said, suggests that why the television is so important to them and why mobile devices are so important to them, and tablets and everything else you're looking at, computers, is because it's setting up the ability to blind humanity, as I've said, to fit in with the falsified prophecies of the revelation. And I believe they are false revelations created by a very sinister group of individuals. I absolutely 100% believe in a creator, and I 100% believe that love thy neighbour and treating everybody how you want to be treated is the foundation and the key to all of this. And that was actually integrated into Christianity. And I think they have manipulated Christianity. And in fact, I think they've manipulated all three Abrahamic faiths, infiltrated them, and used them to actually bring about the blood of the children into the normalization of life to extend life. So ultimately, I think they've infiltrated them because of a fear of death, because of a lack of faith. They may have actually created those three Abrahamic faiths deliberately because they fear death, and then integrated the blood to extend life through those faith groups. But my gut instinct is in all of this is that Christianity, because of the foundation of love thy neighbour, is very important in all of this. And I think they've manipulated it, as I said, to fit the very sinister. These people are, I believe, are so scared of dying, they have been willing to sacrifice the innocents to extend their lives in all of this. I think that's what this is really all about, if I'm being honest with you. So anyway, let's get into it. I'm just going to put the phone down. I'll have it just so you can see me a little bit, so I'm not staring at the screen, and hopefully you just notice me, and we'll keep the numbers up a little bit then. So I'm just going to read to you from my notes. Please verify some of this as we're going through it. Those of you that haven't got the document, if you've emailed me, you will get it soon. I promise you, but I've had to put this in, and you'll realise why it's so important that I've done this research. My email addresses, I'll give them to you in a minute. If you want to go and get a pen, if you haven't already got it, you need to email me to get these documents. Okay, so a document. It's absolutely critical, everybody. And you'll see the extent that these people are going to in relation to me in all of this. So anyway, let's get on with it, rather than me waffling, as someone says the other day. So on the 31st of March 2026, articles started emerging of the new cicada COVID variant BA.3.2 that arrived in the UK as a global spread hits turning point. Health authorities are monitoring the highly divergent new COVID lineage with concerns over immune evasion. Now remember, this is one day before April Fool's. Okay, now April Fool's is critical in all of this, as you would have probably seen on social media. It also relates to the rocket that went up to the moon, supposedly. Okay, April Fool's, everybody. All right, it's very important in this, and this links back in, it seems, with Saturnalia and the deception within the Roman infiltration in all of this potentially. So, and then that links in, you're talking about Saturnalia and the cult of Saturn. And I think I touched on that later. I'm not too sure I've got the evidence. Anyway, this article, 31st of March, started coming out from what I can see, new cicada variant, BA3.2, etc. What are the symptoms for it? Well, loss of taste and smell seems to be uncommon compared to other strains. A unique reported symptom of the Omicron variant is night sweats, particularly with the BA.5 subvariant. Now, I think this now ties in with the radiation or emissions from the cell towers. So night sweats is one of the symptoms, and of course, what this would then fit is then radiating people at night, turning up the technology to radiate people at night. It's a lot easier to radiate people when they are stationary and at night, so they won't even realise it. And I think it would, because of that technology, it would cause temperature differences within the body, which of course would cause night sweats. So I think this is a very key part of this. And then that got me thinking about, well, what if they've been targeting women specifically with the technology and claiming that menopause, okay, which is a symptom of that is night sweats, has it actually been being caused through targeting of the technology of women, and how that ties in with transgenderism with the technology at night. So that's a whole other sort of element. But let's just focus on this new variant that they're trying to talk about now. So loss of taste and smell. Sorry, I mentioned that. We've got the night sweats. A study performed between the 1st and 7th of December 2021 by the Centers for Disease Control found that the most commonly reported symptoms were coughs, fatigue, congestion, or runny nose, making it difficult to distinguish from a less damaging variant or other virus. Research published in London on the 25th of December 2021 suggested the most frequent symptoms stated by users of the Zoe COVID app were a runny nose, headaches, fatigue, sneezing, and sore throat. So British Omicron case control observational study until March 2022, which is when I was starting to expose the fraud, showed a reduction in odds of long COVID with the Omicron variant versus the Delta variant. Now, remember, this new strain that they're trying to talk about now is the cicada, okay? New cicada COVID variant BA.3.2. There's a reason I'm emphasizing that in a minute. So these are the symptoms that they're suggesting are relevant to COVID and these strains that they're talking about. Well, of course, that matches, if you research the effects of exposure to radiation, particularly electromagnetic radiation, which is the same technology supposedly in cell towers. It's exactly the same symptoms. Exactly the same symptoms. All right. Remember what I said: make you ill, get you into hospitals, steal your blood. Okay, so you don't into hospital. Also, that it could be used to actually take life. Okay, if the power is strong enough, then obviously it's the same technology supposedly as microwaves, which is electromagnetic radiation. So if you were to, you know what it does to chicken, if you put it in the microwave, our biological material will be affected by electromagnetic radiation, which it seems this technology is. Now, I have been thinking about other elements of the cell towers and frequencies and how that may be being used to control people and stuff like that, but this is now becoming very, very, very important in this. So remember what I've been saying about the loss of sight and how important that seems to the evidence, okay, and how that appears to link in with the devices that you've all been indoctrinated to be staring at most of your lives. And this is obviously very important to them, isn't it? Get everyone on their devices. So everything is on a screen. All right, now it's starting to make sense, isn't it? Well, why would that be so important to them? Well, when you look at the prophecies, remember this links in with the Vatican. And the prophecy says to trap the body, to make people seek death, but they will not be able to find it. Well, the only way you can do that is you trap the conscience in a body, which you can't control. And of course, this then links in with Elon Musk's Neuralink and the transhumanism element. Now, Neuralink, they're telling us is a real thing. Whether it's a deception or not, there's somebody that claims to have had one implanted and are able to control a computer with their mind. They're claiming they can fix sight with that technology. Now, most people, if they are blinded, they will do anything to be able to get their sight back. It's probably the second most important thing personally to everybody. Moral conscience is first, I would suggest, and possibly your sight the second. So most people would take that opportunity and risk, because obviously they're not telling you this, trapping your conscience in that body through that technology with the promise of sight, and then the prophecy is fulfilled. And then that will lead to the next prophecies of the end of all of creation, which is then you're looking at how that links in with the collider technology, which I've been talking about for months. This all centers on the Vatican, the collider technology, and the blood of the children, along with the cell towers. Well, now we're starting to see why. Now we're starting to understand why. So it's very important that we stop. If this is true, what I'm saying, it does look as though this is something they were planning, or somebody has set a very elaborate plan up for me to think this is the case, but it's very complex. All right, we're talking a vast amount of effort has gone into this to make it seem as though they are doing this. But of course, by them doing that, they're exposing themselves to the crimes of the children at the same time. So then you come back to, well, maybe it wasn't deliberately planned, and I'm somebody very significant, seem to be the only one finding about all of this and producing all of the evidence for it. So we need to stop people going blind. That is the priority. That is the priority, I would suggest. So anyway, the vaccines, it says here, go and research this yourself. You don't have to trust or believe anything I'm saying. You can verify it all from my document or as we're going from these videos. In extremely rare cases, vaccines have been linked to conditions that can lead to a loss of sight. Though health authorities emphasize that the benefits of vaccination far outweigh these risks. Optic neuritis, this is an inflation of the optic nerve that can cause sudden vision loss. It has been reported as an exceedingly rare complication following vaccines for measles, rubella, MR, flu, and COVID-19. So think about this. We need to think about what they're trying to set up here. The screens are obviously important to them. Us focusing all of our sight on it, or not all of our sight, but on the screens continuously. They've set this up. Also, it looks like they're setting up the ability for the vaccines to potentially affect people's sights as well. Okay, now remember the prophecies. You need to be thinking, everything that's happening here, you need to be thinking spiritually conclusive agenda in all of this, because the Vatican is connected into all of this, everybody. All right, it really is. You really need to understand the spiritual connection in this. So, what about the meningitis? Well, the meningitis outbreak started on Friday the 13th, no coincidence, everybody, in I think it was the East Kent Hospital area of Kent. That date would have been chosen, all right? That was set up deliberately. When I've gone in and researched through the Company's House records from the East Kent NHS Trust, it goes to the blood of the children, the exact same company that's on the adrenochrome document that links to Trump Towers, okay, with the address. It's not going to be a coincidence, everyone, all right? It all ties in with the blood of the children. You're going to be hearing this later. Remember the harvesting of the children's blood and young people's blood and organ harvesting to extend the lives of those that are fearful of death. Probably the Vatican black nobility families who set up a lot of the fake religion elements because of the fear of the death, and then, as I've said, integrating the blood into those religions to try and lead to normalization. Of course, it goes completely against the Creator. All right, we know that because moral conscience given to us by the Creator tells us you don't harm a children, you don't harm a child or anyone for that fact. You certainly don't harm the most innocent of all, the children, and you do not cause them to be tortured, abused, murdered, and steal their blood. And this is what the Vatican appear to have been involved in, or those that have infiltrated the Vatican, shall we say, with a view to destroy faith, to destroy the church, to destroy the Creator, to practically bring an end to creation eventually. Because as soon as you remove moral conscience from humanity, that means you've got a world consumed by sin. Because moral conscience is the ability to choose between right and wrong and how you implement your actions based on that decision making. If you don't have moral conscience, then people, and AI, for example, will be just making decisions without thinking whether it's right or wrong. So in other words, it could be just making the selfish decision continuously. Well, we know that selfishness will ultimately destroy all of humanity. If we were all just thinking for ourselves continuously, we'd all be stealing money continuously or not worrying about how we affect other people, and it would lead to evil. It would just lead to the fulfillment of an evil world, and then that would then lead to ultimately the end of all of creation, because you can't have a world that is just full of evil. And of course, if artificial intelligence takes over, and it's in control of our system, which is what they are actively driving for that, according they're telling us. They're still actively pursuing artificial intelligence. It's linked to the blood of the children via the research. It's linked to Dorset, where my investigations began. Then, of course, if that takes over, then it will not have a natural moral conscience. So it will lead to the end of creation, because it will be making decisions for itself. And if humanity poses a threat to it, then, of course, it will potentially take action that could lead to the end of everything, other than itself, potentially. Right. So the meningitis outbreak was very important because meningitis is known to affect eyesight. So this gave them the ability, or the plan, I think, now it's potential. I'm changing everything as I'm exposing the evidence. And I mentioned the meningitis outbreak linking into everything just under a week ago. It might have been a week ago. Okay. Well, I've searched the oldest articles, and I can't find any articles dated prior to me disclosing the evidence of the meningitis, or at least reviewing the evidence prior to disclosing it, relating to cicada, the new name of the COVID variant. No mention of it anywhere that I've seen prior to me. Now, this suggests what they're doing is they're realizing what I'm doing, identifying their plans, and having to change their plans and come out with a different variant to try and fit their agenda moving forward in all of this. But let's just have a look where this goes on this particular subject. So just to recap, what I suspect, based on the evidence, is that they have been for a very long time, ever since the technology started, with RF frequencies, radar, 3G, cell towers, 5G, etc. I think they've been deliberately causing illness using that technology, deliberately causing cancer, I believe, through that technology, but also through the poisoning of the water, air, the skies, and the food. And of course, cancer can sometimes, and fairly frequently if it's serious enough, lead to full body blood transfusions being required. All right, this gives them the ability to steal the blood from the body and use that to be harvested and used in somebody else's body. Someone's mentioned the Georgia Guidestones. Yeah, I'll come to that actually in a minute, because that is very important in all of this. Now, this is where the evidence of the Muslim faith is very critical, okay, and why they, it seems, are integrating very closely and intrinsically in with the Muslim faith group, because the Muslim faith group talks about draining the blood from animals. This gives the ability for them to refine that blood and swap it with the blood of humans during transfusions, okay? And this is why I think that has been so important to them, as well as how that fits the Albert Pike letter written to Mazzini. Okay, so that was a letter written in 1871, the year after the Vatican was infiltrated, everybody. This is so important. Infiltrate the Vatican, utilize that infiltration to destroy their faith, destroy faith, destroy the religious indoctrines that will actually protect all of humanity, right, and make it appear as though the religious aspect is behind it all to facilitate that destruction. So the infiltration was in 1870 of Rome, according to the research. 1871, the letter written by Albert Pike, a high-level occultist Freemason. You're going to see some Freemason evidence that we're going to come to later. Okay, and then written to Mazzini, who's the head of the Illuminati, linking back in with the Vatican, setting out a 3 World War deception, which would bring about the light of Lucifer as their ultimate goal. All right, but before that, they say that they want to take over the world using that. But I think there's a deception against those that have been promised a position in the New World Order, and that's where you start coming into the realms of the end of creation agenda as the ultimate deception against even those that are trying to extend their lives with the blood of the innocent and the organ harvesting. Now, I know this is so much to take on, everybody. I've got evidence supporting the whole lot. Overwhelming evidence, everybody. Overwhelming evidence. Right, so. Just whilst I'm thinking, somebody's mentioned the Georgia Guidestones. The Georgia Guidestones, if you're not aware of what they are, they were granite stones that were erected in Georgia in the United States in 1980, and they represented an upcoming man-made apocalypse. Now, that doesn't mean the end of the world. It doesn't mean billions of people being wiped out. However, generally in the word apocalypse. However, they wrote on those stones that the population should be maintained below 500 million. Well, there's 7 billion or 8 billion supposedly on Earth at the moment. And it had various other inscriptions on there, and it was a guy called Robert Christian or Christensen that actually designed those stones. I've done the research surrounding that. There's a Robert Christianson, I can't remember if it's Christian or Christensen, Limited, that links straight to Madeleine McCann, straight to the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales, straight to P. Diddy, straight to my upbringing, everybody, via the research, okay? I'm really important in all this for whatever reason, guys, and you're going to see some evidence, as I said, later explaining that. So those Georgia Guidestones, They were damaged and destroyed on the 6th of July 2022. That's the day after an experiment appears to have taken place at CERN, which is the Large Hadron Collider, which is the company that oversees it, CERN, in Switzerland. And that's the first time that experiment had taken place since in 3 years, according to the research, which would take you back to July 2019. Well, July 2019 is when Jeffrey Epstein was arrested. Right, all ties in, and that's leading up to the COVID situation. Right, July, he was arrested. If you go back a little bit, Julian Assange arrested April the 11th, I think, 2019. He's part of all of this deception. Then you had July 2019, Jeffrey Epstein arrested. Protest took place in Wuhan, in China, regarding an incinerator plant that could be used to dispose of bodies. In July 2019, the same month, an article came out that Prince Harry was wearing the same pair of shoes for a prolonged period of time. My evidence suggests they were made of the skin of Madeleine McCann. In August 2019, a month afterwards, you had cell towers were erected in Wuhan. That same month, Jeffrey Epstein supposedly died. Then, obviously, the outbreak in December 2019. Prince Harry then left England to the United States in January 2020. So we had this CERN experiment on the 5th of July 2022. The Georgia Guidestones were then damaged and removed the next day. It was 2 days later, on the 8th of July 2022, that I approached Anthony Roberts of Exbourne Manor, which triggered my whole investigation. That was me wanting to look at the bank documents whilst being a director for the company. He became angry at the doorstep. He then resigned a few days later on the 13th, after I'd arranged a little meeting to try and find out what was going on. He resigned, triggering me to realise something's going on. Didn't quite realise. You've got to laugh, haven't you? I didn't quite realise where it's going to lead everybody. Okay, but here we are. So anyway, the Georgia Guidestones, very relevant to all of this. Were they destroyed the day afterwards because whatever they did at CERN changed their plans? Is it a coincidence that I approached Anthony Roberts 2 days later and it's connected to Exbourne Manor via the research, the Georgia Guidestones, where my investigation began? Right, so this, so we have this information on this new variant, and it seems as though it only happened after I was disclosing the information about the meningitis. So it seems as though they're, oh dear, he's now exposed that, we can't use that, we'll have to bring in some other potential agenda in all of this, all right? So it seems as though I'm having the ability to change this. They actually told me I had the ability to change it through the asteroid deception, where I found evidence linking in from the Doomsday Clock to a company called 2032 Limited. I thought they were going to try and trigger a fake apocalyptic event, such as a fake asteroid, which is what they did in it was a television show by, what's his name, Darren Brown in 2012. That's no coincidence, that was 2012. Anyway, I found through the company's house records these links, went on Just an Ordinary Citizens, Andrews Live, and said to the world, I think they may be planning a falsified apocalyptic event in 2032, potentially an asteroid hitting the Earth. Because that would have been the 7-year tribulation from 2025 until 2032. Within 2 days of me saying that, an article was on the front pages all over saying an asteroid may hit the Earth in 2032. But there was no articles prior to the live stream that I conducted. So they wanted me to know potentially who I am, or that I have the ability to determine the outcome in this. And you're going to see some more evidence of that later. Anyway, I searched recently. There was no mention of Cascada or whatever the name is they've given for the variant until I was exposing the meningitis side of things. So let's look at this. So I've searched, just make sure I haven't forgotten him. Yeah, so I can find no articles regarding cicada dated earlier than the week before the 4th of April 2026, around the time I was starting to identify the possible plans regarding meningitis and the directed energy. Now, I only had a quick look, but I literally could not find anything in that look, and I typed in what's the earliest article, and the earliest one that I could find was them. You may be able to find something older. It does mention it in the Wikipedia, but of course Wikipedia can be being manipulated to make it seem as though they identified it earlier. Remember that cicada, the name cicada that they've used for it. So I searched, what about the, a BBC article from April 2022, as I'm exposing the fraud, Exbourne Manor mentions BA.3.2 as a variant, but not cicada, suggesting it has only recently been given that applied name. A search for the latest information on meningitis shows a BBC article from the 3rd of April, so yesterday, of an apparent family of a victim stating they fear further outbreaks without vaccines in relation to meningitis. And it says Helen and Lee Draper's 18-year-old daughter, Meg, died from meningitis B while studying at the University of Bournemouth in October 2025. Bournemouth, where my investigation began, where Exbourne Manor is based. But look at this. This is mind-blowing, everybody. Okay? The UK gets this from the article. The UK government subsequently asked the Joint Committee on Vaccination and Immunisation, in brackets, JCVI. They love their acronyms, everybody, and these are a big part of the clues and the evidence. And using this organisation to re-examine eligibility for meningitis vaccines for teenagers and young adults. And that's just the article. Companies House search shows that CVI Group, one letter short. Remember, this was Joint Committee on Vaccination and Immunisation, JCVI. This is just CVI, so it could be Committee on Vaccination and Immunisation. CVI Group Limited, having been incorporated in August 2020, so a key time in the COVID situation, has a registered address of Old Jewry. Okay, this is what they use throughout the fraud, making us believe this is about Judaism as the focus. It is not, everybody, okay? They've either created these religions or infiltrated them, okay? It's not about Judaism. It's not about the colour of skin. It's not about someone's culture. It's not about Islam. This is about an infiltration of humanity by a very sinister, it seems, group of individuals who are scared stiff of dying and are willing to cause the suffering of the most innocent to try and prolong their lives. And this has been going on for a very, very long time. And I suspect that the ones at the very, very top of this are almost living an immortal life. And I think they're controlling the royals. Someone said to me the other day, well, Sarah Ferguson doesn't look like she's immortal. Well, yeah, it might not be everybody that is at the top of this that's having this. They may be using the royal families and manipulating the royal families to control the agenda. They may be promised with certain life extension. And of course, You've got to remember, this goes hand in hand with the entertainment industry all the way through this. Jim Carrey told us, he even mentioned the Illuminati, he mentioned the children, right? It's all the way through my research, the entertainment industry. This gives the ability for special effects, makeup, masks, changing. Now remember, we've got lots of people saying they're shapeshifters and they are aliens. It's a lie, according to all of my evidence, okay? And this will explain why they're trying to make that seem to be the case, because of what I'm talking about. The extension of life and them having to maintain the illusion that people are dying and aging and changing shapes, appearances, etc., to hide the potential ability that they have to extend life potentially way beyond what we are. Yeah, and this ties in with the vampirism side of things. I don't think it's actually, what they told us in the films, but I absolutely believe from the evidence that I've got, they have managed to extend life for a select few. And this appears to be what this is really about in all of this, okay? So where was I going to go with that? And those people that are saying shapeshifters, lizards, and aliens are part of the centralized network, and some of them, such as David Icke, which we actually come to in my research in a minute, and I'm a bit mindful of getting on with it actually, because I've got a lot of information to read out. It links with David Icke, and David Icke links to the intelligence agencies, right? So this now makes sense, doesn't it? The intelligence agencies are going to be linking with the black nobility of the Vatican. It's all the way through my research. So they are hiding the truth in all of this, including David Icke. And of course, one of their get-out clauses is to go down the route of the lizards, shapeshifters, alien invasion to get them out of the truth in all of this. And this shows you how they're panicking. And this explains why people that I actually have connected to the Vatican and the blood of the children, such as Deborah Evershed, via Jane Evershed and Sasha Stone, have been trying to convince me that there are aliens and that there are also good aliens as well helping under the Galactic Federation. I do not buy it at all. All of the evidence suggests they are lying. I've already got them linking into the international government fraud, linking into the Vatican, linking into the intelligence agencies, linking in with the blood of the children. All right, so this is the only thing that fits and ticks all of the boxes for all of the evidence, everybody. It really, really is. There's a great guy, I don't know his name, brilliant on TikTok. He's saying a lot of the same things, as me. He's saying that they are all Baal worshippers. I actually think they don't have any faith in anything. I don't think they believe there's anything after death, and they're so scared of death, and they've got into this system, probably for a very long time, of extending their lives, which they're so used to, that they don't know how to get out of it. And this would explain why the lady Freemason said they are trapped in hell, because the Freemasons, they all need to be arrested. And I say to those Freemasons, if you're not going to stop this, please take your lives. If you're going to carry on causing the suffering of the most innocent and lead us all into the end of creation, and you're not going to come out and be part of the resolution, then please end your lives if you're part of this, all right? You have an option. Right, you have an option to disclose the full truth and be part of a change to save humanity, save creation, bring back moral conscience and the creator, all right, and prevent this from continuing, or because it looks like you're so embroiled in this, whether it's a secret blood oath, all right, that we are now starting to unravel, that you can't speak out about this. So please take your lives if that's the only other option, because we cannot allow creation to be ended, and that is where you are taking us. Whichever way you look at this, if you carry on with this, that's where this is leading, whether it's through artificial intelligence, whether it's deliberately through the collider technology, whether it be, you're forcing the true creator to come forward because of the suffering that humanity is causing to the children as a judgment, right, which will mean many people that have been deceived may be, taken out as part of that. It must be prevented, everybody. It cannot continue. And if you look at, I said this the other night, if you look at the crucifixion of Jesus, if that really happened, it's almost like an inversion of that is what we're seeing now, the opposite. I think it's potential from the evidence they were hoping they would set up a fake sacrifice and a fake resurrection to try and prevent the harm continuing. And that may have been good people in the system trying to recreate a fake resurrection to get the others in the system that are trying to extend their lives to stop ending the children's lives and using the blood to extend life. Because, of course, that would maybe they're trying to stop these people fearing death through a fake resurrection to stop them harming the children. But what needs to happen is the sacrifice, I believe, needs to be those behind this centralized criminal system, either through truth, full disclosure, repentance, and a commitment for the rest of humanity to change this system and prevent it from continuing and save creation and the children, most innocent of all, or through their death by themselves committing their own death. That's not what I want, everybody. Let me just make this clear. I do not want these people to suffer. I do not want them to commit suicide. I do not want them to end their lives. However, if they are not going to resolve this, then that is the next option, isn't it, for them? Now, I think this explains why many, because I'm very sorry to say, the military, the police, the NHS, the intelligence agencies, and many others, but those organisations, the services that have been set up specifically around this, many of them will be Freemasons. Many of them are compromised by this, and I do suspect that this is probably the reason why you get a lot of veterans taking their lives, because they are under some sort of oath that they can't speak about what they've been part of. They probably know a lot more about it. They might not know about the ultimate agenda, but they possibly know that the whole conflict element is a deception, and how that ties in with the children, whether it be the abuse side of things, and possibly even the more sinister, the abuse is obviously very sinister, but the torture of the children leading into the blood. And recently you've had Chris Thrall, and a few people have sent me these, but not Chris Thrall, what's his name? Can't remember his first name, Thrall, who does the YouTube channel. I've done 2 interviews with him. He's now coming out, funny enough, at the same time, and at least 2 or 3 people have sent me the videos talking about the veterans taking their lives, but claiming it's due to childhood trauma. I suspect there'll be an element of that. I suspect there's going to be a bigger element in that as well, and everything that I'm talking about here. And you've even got veterans companies, which I think we're going to be talking about in a minute, linking in to the blood of the children and to everything I'm talking about. So let's get back to it. I hope everyone's doing all right tonight. I hope you're okay. My hands are a bit cold. What I would say is nobody needs to fear. I believe anybody that is on the right side of this, whatever happens, they're going to be okay. All right. And what I mean by that is you have your moral conscience as your foundation. You're doing all you can to save the innocents. Those of you that are burying your heads with this, you need to be very, very worried. Those of you that are involved in this, you need to be especially worried spiritually, because I believe you're looking at potentially eternal consequences if you do not choose the right way forward in all this. And if you do end up partaking in an attack on creation through a fake virus or anything like that, please be prepared. I believe you're going to face the most ultimate serious consequences eternally if you do that. I believe the only option for you are the 2 options that I'm mentioning, truth or death. Now, the death, side of things, it's not what I want at all. And of course, I don't think you'll be saved spiritually if you take that choice. So then you come back to you only having one option in this, and that is through the truth. And we all say the truth sets us all free, and that's absolutely the case, everybody, 100%. And when we have a system in place that is based on transparency, so no secret society organizations like they've got running the world at the moment, then everything will fall into place, okay? Everything. And you will have heaven on earth, because the system will protect the innocents from the leadership. And that is what we need to achieve. So, companies, where do we go? So we've got this Companies House Show CVI Group Limited, one letter short, having been incorporated in 2020. Christian Verhoonig is in the people record and connects to 13 companies, some with an address of the Shard 32 London Bridge Street that links almost immediately to Exmoor Manor in my research and to the World Trade Center disaster research. This is coming in, remember, the research of this organization linking into the meningitis article. And I'd already connected, remember, East Kent, where this outbreak started, to the blood of the children, to a company called CYM Limited, very, very quickly. The adrenochrome, the blood appearing to be taken from tortured children, where the address is the same as Trump Towers. It also links to the World Trade Center disaster, to the research of Madeleine McCann and Exmoor Manor immediately from this, but look, it's even more interesting. And of course, because of the Exmoor Manor link, this links to the NHS via Deborah Fleming, who initiated my removal from Exmoor Manor. So that links the meningitis article to the NHS and into the research through the Companies House records. There are duplicate records for this person, Christian Verhoonig, with one connected to Channel Holdco Limited. That had been incorporated in 2025 as I exposed the fraud. Eric Jacob Carl, unusual name, KJ Gelberg, probably made up, connects Channel Holdco Limited to Red Funnel Limited, a company based in Southampton in Hampshire, where Deborah Fleming was the NHS chief executive. This is a ferry company of the Isle of Wight, which Deborah Fleming being the NHS chief executive for Hampshire, Isle of Wight and Dorset. And from this company, it links quickly to the Isle of Wight, immediately, in fact, via a director, to Isle of Wight Chamber of Commerce, that connects throughout my research, and it's a criminal organisation. Sharon Lowry connects Channel Holdco Limited to Atlas Topco Limited, Atlas ATLAS, that links to my wife's family and to CERN, the Large Hadron Collider. And Atlas was the name of the experiment at CERN in 2012. There are various ambassador companies around these directors. The Ambassador Snooker Building in Bournemouth had been owned by Jimmy Savile and links directly to John F. Kennedy's family and to Exmoor Manor, where my investigations began. And Ambassador Snooker Club that Jimmy Savile owned, along with some other buildings there in Glenfern Road, is literally right near Exmoor Manor. It's like, how far away is it? Probably about 5-minute drive, not even that. So this is all a deception, everybody, what's going on. And of course, my worry in this is that they are now so cornered that they are now going to use the cell towers to create serious illness on a mass scale. Mention that. Let me just go back. Okay, we're going to be talking about now a different subject. We're going to be talking about the recent moon rocket that took off and how this ties in with the blood of the children, okay, and everything else. Now, NASA was actually, we'll come to NASA in a bit. Let me just do this bit first. Let's just turn this torch off. Probably radiating myself looking at the screen too much, but in March 2026, someone sent me some information regarding Artemis 2, the first space flight to go to or close to the moon, but not land in 50 years. The rocket apparently lifted off on the 1st of April 2026, April Fool's Day, on what appears to be the genuine first date of the year, or I think it might be the 21st of March, but it would make sense, wouldn't it? Spring, let's face it, and this is part of their deception. Spring, when the new life starts around the world, or when the wherever spring is at that point. And of course, this then fits in with the mockery of Christmas evidence and the 25th of December appearing to actually be a day of the sacrifice of children, and where they laugh at us, where we celebrate supposedly the birth as a mockery. Well, a birth of Christ. Research shows that Artemis 2 is an apparently crewed lunar flyby mission under the Artemis program, launched from Kennedy Space Center on the 1st of April 2026. The 10-day mission is intended to carry NASA astronauts. Read what, I'm not going to mention all their names, but it's got their names, on a free return trajectory around the moon and back to Earth. It is the second flight of the Space Launch System, SLS. That's bound to that's bound to get some results of searching that. The first crewed mission of the Orion spacecraft, and the first mission beyond low Earth orbit since Apollo 17 in December 1972. That's the year, by the way, it's the year after the World Economic Forum began, and it's also the year that Jimmy Savile purchased the property that we're talking about at Exmoor Manor, that's linked to Exmoor Manor and close to Exmoor Manor in Bournemouth. On the mission's first day, Glover became the first person of colour Koch or Koch, the first woman, and Hansen, the first non-US citizen to travel beyond low Earth orbit. As planned, the mission will make Glover the first person of mention that as the first woman, and Hansen the first non-US citizen to travel to the vicinity of the moon. The mission is expected to set several human spacelift records, including distance from Earth and velocity, atmospheric speed. Artemis 2 is a flight test supporting subsequent Artemis missions, which are planned to return humans to the lunar surface in 2028 for the first time since Apollo 17. The mission was originally designated Exploration Mission 2, or EM2, and was initially intended to support the now cancelled asteroid
Hey everybody, I am going to leave it here at 4 hours and 1 minute because my computer is using a lot of electric to stay cool. It's doing quite, it's pushing it a lot. Yeah, so we'll see you next time and we'll continue with that. Man's it's good to see how, you know, experience at this stage what people are doing in England regarding things from their own perspective. So meeting everybody where they are at in that sense, and going forward. Good evening, happy Sabbath and all that today, tomorrow, and yesterday in Islam, and every other day, whenever else in every other place and space and time. Cool.